Ale plánime to prúdime to raz, ideme to roztačať. Čaká nás ťažká megalománia, ťažká zápraška. A jednoducho dobre to nie. Ideme si na studeného držgroša. Studeného držgyho. Takže ideme na to, dáme si studeného držgroša. Takže dáme si studeného držgroša číslo 4. Studený držgroš číslo 4. Poďme na to, studený držgroša číslo 4. Velký gázl, ten pan Štůlek. Ten Majales, ten Majales. Ťažko. Ako ja neviem. Čo ty funíš do seba? Dnes je topka. Už to pôjde iba dole. A dnes je len 36,3. Nedal som ani 37, ako v júli. Čo ty žmýkaš do nosa? Slabý tovar. Ty nechceš paprikovať čipsy.
You should check out what came in from the canoe. Local.
Shot. Shot. Aj keď skraftovaním. Shot. 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 Tento
Damn
pizza.
this luggage. Local. Aye. Hail. What's your back?
What was I doing again?
Aye. I'll give him the word.
I should have a drink with Tootin later.
Predám už za 20. Vyskúšame. Dvacet 5. Áno. going on, boys?
The corrupt shall fall.
That's correct.
You there. A moment of your time.
The Atlas is mine. The cleansing fire cannot have it.
Kdo je chce ukradnout dál ten Atlas? Že v kuse o tom hovorí.
I must have time to gather my will.
Kdo je chce ukradnout Atlas?
Act with energy, Exile. Act with energy.
Slušná várka tohle.
This is good stuff.
Jo, vím, ak ten steadfast funguje, tak je to brutalita. Jako vieme si to predstaviť?
Greetings. Hail God Slayer.
Vieme Vieme si to predstaviť, čo to bude, ak toto funguje. A budem mať 26 fortifikácií. Budem mať 26. Ak to funguje, budem mať 26 fortifikácií. Je to 34% na šancu na double damage.
Kind of both of them alongside each other there. Nothing too crazy in my eyes. I'm not that bothered by cutouts, but you might be, so let me know if you like that one. Another cutout to match this is a Vault Boy linking in with that Blood Moon with the title of PC or anything like that. And then we've got another one where Vault Boy is sucking on a thing of blood, kind of like a vampire or something. And a pretty interesting image there with a room filled with Radaways or blood packs. I'm guessing blood packs. Another cutout with the Psychopath one. A couple of images now to show off the new Stein as well. If you don't know, basically you get a Stein like every season that kind of links into the season in a certain way, and it's kind of like a collector's item to show that you like completed that season. You can see it like briefly in them images, but you can see it a bit better on this one right here. There's a new taxidermy Snallygaster on the way as well to add to your collection. That's a bit of a better image there with the grey background, as you can see there. There's also a new house kit coming in as well called the Vault of Terror house kit. As you can see, once again, it's literally just covered in splashes of blood. So if you want to build like a Halloween themed build around some murder or something, these could come in quite handy, I guess. To me personally, it just looks a bit messy, but I guess if you want to do that type of build, it might be kind of handy. There's a picture of all the different doors and designs that you can have there, walls, sorry, as well as the doorways. But yeah, you can see like there's different like, blood splashes on some of them as well, so you can kind of mix and match it rather than just having one wall with a bit of blood on. And going above and beyond with this, there's also 3 sets of stairs that matches in with this build, all slightly different there. And they even match along the catwalk by the look of it as well, which we'll get onto in a moment, no doubt. And these are the catwalks which we just mentioned there. So as you can see, if you haven't got the catwalks already, these are fantastic for camp building and kind of lining stuff up properly. So definitely something I'll try and pick up if you can. So you don't know which one of these items will be Fallout first in the season or anything like that just yet. But we do know that they should be coming to the new season 26. Unless anything changes, of course, we can't confirm it. As you can see there, a little bit of a better look. There's a new saxophone coming in as well. Been a while since I think we've had any instruments added into the game. Let's look at one of the new workbenches that we mentioned earlier. We've got the Bloodstained Armor workbench, first of all. Then we've also got the Tinker's workbench, similar to the taxidermy one that we've seen previously. But this one, of course, is covered just in blood literally everywhere you look on it. As you can see in this one, also the bones and the kind of bucket of intestines and body parts and stuff on as well. So pretty dark, pretty kind of horror related there. And then you've got the weapons workbench as well, just body parts spread amongst it. So a bit of a dodgy kind of set of designs, these ones I'd say, but yeah, definitely fit in if you want to do some crazy kind of camp build. Now here's that prefab that I mentioned. This is the Cultist Mansion. So by the look of it, from first of all, it looks extremely similar to some of the other prefabs that we've had previously, but this one's obviously been slightly reskinned to be like a cultist theme. So it's kind of funny because it said there wouldn't be a lot of kind of reskins and stuff that are involved because everyone complained about it. But I'm not being funny, guys. This is literally just a reskin, I'm fairly certain. So as you can see in these images, it literally looks the same as other prefabs that we've had. Can't remember the name of the exact one, but it's just got kind of the vines growing everywhere and stuff like that to kind of fit the theme of the cultist. The image inside there as well, you've also got the kind of Mothman spray paint inside of one of the rooms, and then a bit of a cleaner look, you've got this there for the storefront images there. A couple of looks at the camp titles now. We've got Eerie, we've got Haunted, we've got Mansion, and then a kind of interesting one here. We've actually got some carpeted stairs. Now that sounds a bit ridiculous how it sounds interesting, but I'm fairly certain that we haven't really had carpeted stairs before. Now, I really hope that the fact that the blue carpet's around it and then this goes up, that means it's like editable, that's the word. Like hopefully we can edit it. Like imagine if you can actually apply the carpet to these stairs. That would be pretty cool and a really new kind of feature. But saying that, it is titled blue carpet stairs, so that's not rubbish and probably isn't. That would definitely be too much to ask for, I guess. There's another collector on the way. This is called the Creepy Cultist Well Collector. Not sure what that will be collecting just yet, but no doubt we'll get data mining and stuff. Could be water or will it be blood? Who knows? And a really cool one. This is going to be the new weather station. We seem to be getting weather stations for like every season now, and this one's going to be related to, of course, this whole blood moon like setup of season 26. And as you see from the images, this is the actual device itself. But it creates this really cool kind of red background that you can see in this image right here. It's the only images at the moment that we have of it, but should look really cool setup that you can. There's another poster on the way with the Bishop Appalachia. This time it's going to be the Cranberry Bog poster. We've got the new wall art as well for the season. I kind of like the look of this one. It looks like it's got a big castle in the middle and bats flying around, so kind of like Count Dracula in a sense maybe. Then you've got the cool power armor on the right hand side. And yeah, kind of nice seasonal art there to collect along with all the others that we've got over the years. I actually much prefer these over the big ones that we used to get in the earlier seasons. I think these are just a lot easier to kind of work with and put up. There's a new framed magazine display on the way, so we've seen these previously with the little the little cryptid cards and stuff. Now we're getting these with magazines as well, which is quite cool. Now these come in a couple of different versions by the look of it, so you've got like 10 slots on this image. But you've also got this one here, which is only 5 slots, so a couple of different variations there. There's a new image, which is Tales from the West Virginia Hills, Volume 1 poster, kind of a cool movie-themed image there. You've also got Tales from West Virginia Hills, Volume 1 poster again, with the Snallygaster this time. Then going back to workbenches, we do have the new Bloodstained Chemistry workbench, which you can see in this one, another dodgy-looking thing there. And then we have our first look at the new power armors that's coming in. So this first one's for the Hellcat. This is all going to be called the Blood Moon skin for the power armors. Like I say, this one is for the Hellcat. Then we've got the T45 power armor as well. Not entirely sure how I feel on this one. I don't think it's anything too crazy that I'm really looking forward to, but it's not the worst one that I've ever seen either. We've also got the T65 there. Ultrasight is another one on the list. Union as well. We've also got the XO1. Doesn't look like there's too many differences between them, to be fair. We've got the Excavator. We've got T60 there as well. Seems a bit more lighter, this one, to be fair. T51. And then a bit of a cooler one. This changes it up a little bit. This is the Jack Gordon Power Armor paint. Very similar to the outfit that we've seen in the past, but this one's definitely a big improvement on the ones that we're just looking at. This one I actually really like. It looks like it's got a bit of a steam effect coming out of the mouth area there. And really looks a lot like the Slasher one as well that we're meant to be getting in the new update. So really looking forward to that. That one actually looks pretty good. There's a new auto axe paint with the Bloody Mess. Same variation also comes out for the chainsaw as well, also called Bloody Mess, as well as the Mole Miner Gauntlet as well. And apparently the Ripper that just keeps going and going. And the Super Sledge. And moving on to icons, there's a few here. We've got the Bat Tamer player icon, we've got the however you say that one, player icon, castle player icon, night person, psychopath, T51B. Then we've got some player prefix titles as well with psycho killer, and we've also got the cryolator mods as well, so we've got 6 different ones coming in. It does say see above on it as well, quick look at that in a minute. But there is a bunch of things that's been data mined and stuff and spoke about in the patch notes and stuff. So the cryolator does look like it's going to be getting a lot of love, which should be quite exciting. As you can see here, you've got the blasted barrel mode for the cryolator, you've got the circuit chiller barrel mode, the polar lobber barrel mode, cryolator magazine mode, cold surge muzzle mod, and the hypothermic muzzle mod as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see what impact that has on the Cryolator, because it's already a weapon in the game which a lot of people love. So hopefully that even makes people love it even more, and it really makes it a bit more powerful and stuff as well, which would be really cool. But now, guys, that's all the information that we have on the new Season 26 Data Mine items. Shout out once again to Nuka Knights for sharing all this information, but at the moment this is the most up-to-date Season 26 rewards that we have. It does not mean that we're definitely getting all these. It may change, but chances are the majority of them should be coming in Season 26. And now, guys, that's it. So if you've enjoyed, hit the like button, subscribe, and I'll catch you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Hi, Cicerine here. We just finished the interview with Octavian and Andrew, and I'll talk a little bit about that later. But we already, a few hours after, I think it's 2 or 4 hours after, they've posted some Curse of the All-Flame improvements. Tomorrow we're aiming to release 3.29.2, that's today, which will contain improvements of League, such as elite enemies spawned by Abyss Pits will have higher effectiveness, meaning they're more rewarding, and on average there are more elite spawning per Abyss Pits. Abyss Garabos crystals will now cause every Abyss Pit in the area, except the final one, to spawn an Abyssal Crystal. Abyssal crystals increase the difficulty and reward of all subsequent abyssal monsters spawned from pits. Previously, this only spawned crystals from the pits that had no reward, which often resulted in very few spawning. I am expecting that this will be a sort of like broken farm that people will have a lot of fun with. That we'll see a lot of crypts like, oh my god, this is crazy. And I think a lot of people will be happy with that. So then you have like Abyss and you have Breach as like some chase farms there, at least as a temporary band-aid. And then you have, you already have a lot of like pilot farms that people are enjoying, right? Like a lot of people did try to make that clear that these are cool things to have in the game. These are good farms. They're just like, we want other stuff too. So that's fine. Now we should have a bit more varied farms, and obviously the majority of the things we're going to get in 330, but at least we'll have some nice band-aids. And shrouded items and crystal fermentations can now be charged up to 3 times, gaining a varying rarity each time. So that sounds really good, especially for more common uniques. The amount of Wildwood Wisp gained by the player in Meridian Wildwood has been increased. Hopefully, especially coupling this with the Abyss stuff, it'll be a little bit more like Affliction. Obviously, that is RNG on the Affliction thing, but it should be good. Lowered the damage that several enemy mercenary seals deal. They particularly mentioned Conflag, and I did make sure that I brought up Soul Rend of Reaping. Added a crafting bench to the Menagerie. And this one's really interesting. Offerings to the Deep Altar will now display the chance they grant for certain currencies of commerce, and they've been raised across the board. The altars will be individually less common, but the intent is that these are significantly more noticeable when they do appear. I don't think I ever had a divine from one of the divine from merch shrines, so I'm looking forward to this a lot personally. This will come alongside many other bug fixes and general improvements, and next week we are aiming to have the follow-up patch for this. To do the following, we will have 6 different cursed ducats, and these ducats are quest items and non-tradable. The Voyage UI will have 3 sockets similar to Voidstone sockets on the Atlas UI, and they can be socketed into these, meaning you can have up to 3 active at a time, and they will ratchet up quantity and rarity of items dropped in charts and Voyage. They'll also have like difficulty modifiers. So this is now going to be like choose your own difficulty, which hopefully ends up solving the whole like you don't have a way to scale the mechanic and make it more difficult. Right now, the main issue with the mechanic is that the gap between putting effort into like different combos and stuff and saving up something and just running it off and go is like very little, right? It is actually quite rewarding. I am getting a lot of stuff, but there's not a reason to really do anything special for the most part. First emergence can be opened without any of these, but it provides an avenue for players further looking challenge deep water encounters. We'll have a layer customization. You can easily avoid a ducat that is downside your build is not prepared to deal with while making use of the ones that you can. So, really, really cool. I think these are really good band-aid fixes. And I'm sure there'll be a few more things as well. So, I think that's really good. I'm already enjoying 329, obviously being solo self-on, and hopefully these things help tide over Trade League players. There's a lot of fun builds and stuff to do this thing, so stuff like that is really nice. They did talk about in the interview, a lot of the changes were huge changes that need a full patch to change, and I agree with that, to be honest. And I had similar things from content creators. The number one thing a lot of people wanted me to try to drive home is that we needed some sort of band-aid in 329, specifically to league mechanic and to something like Abyss, so that there is something fun to farm and juice and scale your character for. It sounds like we're getting that now. It's a little bit sad to see that people are saying, oh, so they're abandoning the patch and making no changes, when that was not the vibe I got at all in the interview, and now we already have this a few hours later. So I'm glad they sort of rushed this out, probably due to the community sentiment of them thinking there was no changes. But now that we see that there are some band-aid fixes coming right away, I think that should do a lot. I feel like overall the interview went really well. I think we got a lot of things brought up. There were a few things I saw. Like, one thing that drove me crazy before the interview was the amount of comments saying Zizorin is only going to ask softball questions, which I don't think I've ever done at any point in any of the like 20 to 30 dev interviews that I've done. So, that shocked me to my core. Secondly, I saw somebody complaining about the fact that I was offering solutions to the developers, and I could see that being perceived that way, but they were also asking me for solutions a lot of the time, and it's not about me trying to tell the developers what to do, but whenever you as a player are giving any form of solution to what you feel would fix the issue that we are perceiving, that gives an additional layer of insight into what the player is experiencing, right? Like, for example, my mercenary example, I think the example of what I felt like would be a good suggestion there gave additional insight to what I feel the issue is. So it's not something I'm going to stop doing. I'm never going to be like, this is how you should run your game. I'm just trying to give examples of what I feel are current problems and what I think are issues. But anyway, I think the interview went really well. I always love talking to Andrew and Octavian. I love that it like, I love when they start talking about what they're doing this patch and shit like that. And as Andrew talked about, the all flame crafting is just chef's kiss. I really, really hope that stays core. It is just such a fun thing for me. It just makes SSF so extra fun as well. And it really changes how you use divines on a few different items. So I really like that. Either way, I hope in general most people are happy with the interview, this patch, and the game going forward. But yeah, either way, thanks for watching. So if you liked the video, but more importantly, try to die less than I do.
Bitches. Come on. Come on, you butchers. You crazy go-go's. You somnul? Что? Газу. Ну, шкурица. Шкура. А, вы чуете, чуете. Je to náš škôrec. Zvykne trochu škôrčiť. Ale to je jeho podpis, áno. Ak sa toto bude rátať, je to geniálne. Ak sa to nebude rátať, je to tiež geniálne. Lebo aspoň ušetrím 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bodov. V podstate. Sem dole by som potom už vôbec nešiel. Ak sa toto nebude rátať, tak sem dole by som vôbec nešiel. To stranu by som odignoroval, zobral by som tieto dve. Bo tu ma to stojí 2 body. Iba, hej, a mám kvalitné veci. Tu by som išiel 2 body ešte stále k ničomu, musel by som ísť ďalší. Nevylučujem, že zoberieme aj tento život, ale nie je to v pláne. Lebo ja už som zmierený, že šampión bude mať okolo 5000 života. Uvidíme, ako nascalujem cez ten minion life. Ako to vylížeme. Ale ja som zmierený s tým, že budem... Lebo ja nepotrebujem veľa, to je OK. Ja viem, čo si môžeme dovoliť, ja viem, aké mapy budem dovoliť, podľa toho, aký silný budeme, podľa toho, aký odolný budeme, tak podľa toho sa prispôsobíme a budeme robiť. Hej. Pokiaľ na to nebudeme mať, že nebudeme dostatočne odolní, no tak nebudeme robiť 14-kové mapy, je to tak jednoduché. Skončili by sme s 13-kami, hej. 13-ky, 12-ky, keby sa minuli, tak 11-ky, hej. Lebo teraz to testujeme, robíme žlté mapy, áno páni, robíme žlté mapy. To znamená celkom slušné mapy, kvantita veci 100%, hej, návrh. A keď si zoberieme, čo nám tu padlo, nič zatiaľ, hej. Takže žlté mapy, čo nám padlo. Ako padá nám viacej veci, je to citeľné, samozrejme to by zase nebudem hovoriť, že nie. Ale nie je to také, že wow, hej. Že proste odkedy som dal žlté mapy príklad, tak som získal 10 divinov, nie. Odkedy som dal žlté mapy, získal som 2 diviny návrh. A keď som robil modré mapy, musíme si uvedomiť, na modrých mapách bez problémov padol aj Enlightened Support. Na modrých mapách som tiež lízol divinu. Takže to je také, hej. My nevieme, keby som robil modré mapy, či by som nemal plus minus to isté. Lebo tam nie je veľký rozdiel. Tam je 30% iba v priemere. Moje mapy mali 70 asi. 60, 70 a tieto majú 90, 120. Padajú viacej veci, padajú viacej chaosov. Ale nie je to také, že wow, každá tretia mapa divina, alebo každá piata mapa divina, nie je to také. Dneska mi nepadla divina ani raz, za celé tieto žlté mapy. Preto to testujem, že aby som teda zistil, že naozaj padá mi viacej map, padá oveľa viacej map, padá oveľa viacej chaosov, ale to nie je také podstatné. To, že padá oveľa viacej map a oveľa viacej chaosov. Ne. Pretože takisto aj s tou raritou, mám raritu veľmi tučnú, máme 129% raritu veci a nepadla mi jedna kvalitná unikátna vec. Ani jedna kvalitná unikátna vec, padajú mi také stredné triedy, Impulza, to neviem, či mi padlo na žltej mape. To znamená, aj keď mám plus 129 raritu veci, aj keď na bossov brutálne boostnutých, to znamená veľmi často sú posesnutí a keď nie sú posesnutí, majú value 2 vyspy, tak nie je z nich nič. Tento má na sebe jednu výspu a tento druhý má na sebe 2 výspy, Sú empowernutí a čo z nich padlo, Jeden prismatic ring, nič, Čo z neho padlo? Milestone stav, nič, Takže to je to, čo hovorím, že o ničom.
Hello. Greetings.
Tie žlté mapy nie sú také báčkory.
Farewell.
Lebo netreba zabúdať, že aj keď mi padá viacej chaosov, hej, ja aj používam tie chaosy na tie žlté mapy, hej, ja to musím rerollovať. Dosť často použijem 2-3 chaosy na jednu mapu a z mapy získam jednu chaos, hej, alebo žiadnu. Hej. Dosť často robím mapu žltú a prerobím chaosy na nej, takže to je zase... Rozumieme sa, áno, padá viacej chaosov, lenže aj investujem do tých map chaosy. V priemere 2 chaosy ma stojí jedna mapa. V priemere. No a koľko chaosov mi padne na tejto mape, ne? Testuje sa.
The Atlas is mine. The cleansing
Chcel by som otestovať toho championa a nechce sa mi to robiť. Chcel by som vedieť, či ten steadfast sa ti ráta, alebo nie. Chcel by som vedieť, či toto máš automaticky, či má automaticky 26. Či má automaticky 26 fortifikácií, lebo podľa mňa má... Lebo ja mám vždy maximum fortifikácií, no a keď maximum je 26, no tak bude mať 26, ja. Ako ono, je mi to dosť jedno. Na jednej strane by som chcel, by to nefungovalo, lebo ak to nebude fungovať, ako som povedal, ušetrím strašne veľa bodov. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bodov ušetrím, ak to nebude fungovať. 8 bodov, potom by som mohol zobrať toto, tento socket by sme išli by sme takto. Tuto máme aspoň armor, čo je využiteľné pre nás, aj keď je to viacej boďasov. Tuto máme nič, tu je nič, toto je nevyužiteľné pre mňa. Tu by sme aspoň využili nejaké tie pasívne body. A zároveň sme blízko tohto. Toto je veľmi tučná vec, toto harty. Takže to je ďalšia výhoda, aj keby to stalo ďalšie 2 body, toto harty je veľmi tučná vec. A nie je tu len harty, je tu potom aj barbarizmus, čo je tiež veľmi solidná vec. Chcel by to samozrejme viacej bodov, lenže to sú body dobre zainvestované. Veľmi dobre zainvestované body. Toto harty je tučné a kde? To je 3% regenerácie, buď o 15% zvýšená. Takže nebolo by to zlé. 8 bodov by som ušetril a 8 bodov by mohlo ísť sem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, z ktorého by som mal celý tento setup. Ale chcel by som to aj tak vedieť, aby som teda vedel, že... Aby som sa vedel mentálne tak nastaviť, že či budeme mať, či pôjdeme tam dole alebo nie. A budem to musieť otestovať, lebo ako... Ja by som povedal, že na 100% to funguje, lebo šampión má má vždy maximálny počet fortifikácií. No a keď tvoj maximum je 26, tak budeš mať 26, hej? Keď tvoj maximum bol 30, tak by si mal normálne od 130, hej? Lebo to keby nefungovalo, to by dávalo zmysel. Pretože tam je asi napísané, máš maximum fortifikácií, máš tvoj maximum. Hej? You have your maximum. No, keď tvoj maximum, keď je 26, no tak by si mal 26, takže ako o tomto ja by som sa aj nemal baviť. To by malo byť, že na 100% to funguje, ale pri ľudských imbeciloch nikdy nevieš. Ale určite to funguje, pretože ak by to nefungovalo, ten posledný tiež nemá nejako zmysel. Aj keď oni ťažko povedali. Ako mne je to jedno, keď bolo na mne, tak nech to radšej nefunguje, pretože, ako som povedal, my zinkasujeme viacej za tie body. Ak to nebude fungovať a získam viacej, keď to bude fungovať. Aj keď na jednej strane 26% šanca na double damage, 26% šanca pre double damage zombie je lepšie ako 20% šanca, je to o 6%, čo by veľa. Ale znova, Speeches mi musíš rátať s tým, že budeš mať, že to nebude fungovať. A fakt sa mi to nechce testovať, neskôr, že sa mi to nechce testovať. Úplne, že ani za svet začne od začiatku a robiť prvý labyrint. Zase robiť labyrint, pičný, všetci vieme, ako neznášam labyrinty. A keď si predstavím, že zase robím labyrint, je mi z toho nevoľ. Ale na druhej strane, keď to funguje, tak ja mám 26% zredukovaný damage. Minioni majú tiež všetci 26% zredukovaný damage, čo im pôjde do hlavy, takže... No a výhoda je toho Pantheonu, že ďalšie vec, čo ma zaujímala je... Prvýkrát vidím tento meč, prvýkrát v živote, čo to je zač. Je napríklad táto vec, keď nemáš žiadny evasion, či funguje. Hej? Lebo tu je, že si imúnny na bleeding, pokiaľ tvoja helma má viacej brnenie ako evasion, hej? No dobre, a keď helma nemá žiadny evasion, má iba brnenie, tak to funguje, right? Máš viacej brnenia ako evasion máš 0, hej? Takže určite to funguje. A to je ďalšia z tých vecí, keby som povedal, o čom sa bavíme, hej? Na 100% to funguje. Však máš armor 101, evasion nemáš žiadny, to znamená, máš viacej armor, tak to bude fungovať. Ale že znova, u pičusov nikdy nevieš. Ľudia sú chorá rasa, oni sú mentálne tak sa ostali ako nikto. Takže znova by som sa aj nečudoval, keby to tiež nefungovalo. Ale ak to bude fungovať, je to ďalší veľký boost, čo má šampión, pretože potom by som si mohol tu, ako som povedal, dať imunitu na bleeding, mám úplne bleeding, imunity na bleeding, a tu by som si mohol automaticky dať skorumpovaná blood, imunita na skorumpovanú blood, hej. Takže by som potom mohol ísť tuto, nejaké, mohol by som ísť napríklad toto, hej. Toto by som mohol ísť, hej. Maximálne 3 poison, môžeš dať less duration of poisons a mohol by som ísť potom to druhé, 5% menej chaos damage by som dostával. Hej. Nič lepšie tam nie je. Pointa je, že by som nemusel chodiť Ralakeša. Toto je nič. Duration of ignite, unaffected of burning ground, movement speed on burning ground, the reflected damage, effect shocku, can be blinded, can be maimed. Nič tu není, z týchto malých. Najlepšie je tá šaka, je 5% menej chaos damage a vôbec máš chaos uprdele, by si bol chaos pán, žiad poisony máš uprdele, nič ti neurobia, hej. Takže to sa mi páči na šampiónovi, že pokiaľ sa bude môcť dať na imunitu, na skorumpovanú blood, na skorumpovanú blood sa dá, pokiaľ sa budem môcť dať imunitu na bleeding, tak sme úplne závetri, áno. Surging thoughts, surging. Stojí to 12. Pozrieme sa, ako sa to dá rozšartovať.
Greetings. Keep your life to your own.
Ako ja pravdepodobne žlté mapy budem robiť, ale tu jasne vidíme, že zase, no áno, teraz sa v podstate my sa blížime do takého čízovacieho stavu, že ja budem môcť robiť neidentifikované 5-kové mapy. Extrém je tučné, neidentifikované 5-kové mapy. Znova. Budem môcť robiť zase, lebo zase sa budeme čízovať, aby sme mali Katarín Bloodline. Aby sme mali Katarínu, budeme môcť čízovať. Je zaujímavé, všetky tieto 5-ky sú biele mapy. Lebo tu ani nemôžu byť nejaké ťažké roly. Preto pozerám, že aké roly tu sú na týchto 5-kových mapách. Aj tu nemôžu byť nejaké extra ťažké roly, Dve som pozrel, čo sú identifikované, a obidve sú nič. Aj ďalšia, čo je nič. A toto, keď už bude neidentifikované, to je 100% kvantita veci pomaly. Aj ďalší rol, ktorý je nič. Všetko to má iba väčšinou ďalší rol, ktorý je nič. Takže všetky žlté mapy 5-kové, ktoré som pozrel, každá jedna, ani jedna z nich nemá extra damage ako fire, extra damage ako no a títo majú 50 extra physical damage z lighting, 50. A to stojí. To by som mal rozchodiť. Neobjavuje sa to naozaj, jedna z 5 map to má. To by som mal rozchodiť. V kľude. Ak nie, tak sa dozvieme, lebo zvoľme ma začnem od začiatku. Lebo ďalšia liga bude problém. V ďalšej lige, ak ma zabijú, tak začínam od začiatku, lebo potrebujeme spojazniť šampión. A šampión sa musí spojazniť. Toto sa nejdeme aj baviť.
Got some goods in from Pondian. Hail!
Shot. Tak tieto opasky nikto nechce. A nikde nevieš, možno prinesú Mage Blood odtiaľ.
haven't got anything to What have you got?
Alebo nejakú inú sáčku.
Can't wait.
Dový meč, 121 000. Je to Surging Thoughts. 121 000. Takže to mi trošku zase podguráži, dáme nejaké Dust.
Oh, it's you. Done.
Ako som povedal, Kalgur je veľmi zábavná tematika.
What was I doing again?
Tu v Kalgure odsypaš, točíš tie fragy. Ako namiešaný parmazán. A zistil som, že v tejto halme môžeš mať dvakrát sokitnutý gem. Ja môžem mať 32 levelové zombie, ja môžem mať ešte silnejšie zombie, 32 levelové zombie. A ďalšia vec, ktorá stále prichádza do úvahy, nerad by som mu išiel. Nerad by som mu, ale pointa je moja, počkaj, do zlého okna som to dal. Pointa je, že prichádza do úvahy. Dá sa to kúpiť, nestojí to veľa. Je ich dosť skinov. A teraz už je úplne jedno, right? Aké farby má, už na tom nejako extra nezáleží. Aj keď už v podstate viacej záleží na tomto pasíve. Takže už by si išiel podľa pasívu nejaké, čo využiješ. Pokiaľ to máš peniaze. Lebo tu by si tiež nemuseli ísť tam hore. Dal by si minionom 1 minion damage navrch, minion damage by si im dal a dal by si im minion speed support, áno. Takže ten speed by si dobehol cez gem, Aká je výhoda? Môžem povedať, že to máš pomaly taký istý damage. Možno ešte aj horší. No výhoda je taká, že k tomu by som zohnal helmu plus 2 všetkým minionom a tým pádom by som nemusel ísť špecifické rukavice. Mal by som tu voľnosť ísť hociaké rukavice pre mňa. A ak by som zohnal plus 2 k minionom, tak potom by som mal spektre 27 levelové spektre vďaka tomu. Potenciálne 28 levelové spektre. Takže toto je stále možnosť. Champion to úplne zvládne. Takže ja nemusím len silou mocou ísť po Rigvaldovi, aj keď Rigvald je stále najlepší. Rigvald je priorita, Rigvald je topka. To, ak by sa mi podarilo zohnať naozaj silného Rigvalda, takéhoto Rigvalda, toto je tučný Rigvald, 1500, 29 milióny movement speed, 12 attack speed, 20% šanca na double damage. Rigvald je stále priorita. Pointa moja je, že máme viacej možností.
I see ya.
S oným. %50% bizmu, 23 000. To je 4600 bizmutu.
Let's get that loaded. Come on, come on.
To je 4600
That
bizmutu.
shipment's got to go out today.
230 000 dodávka stačí. Môžem mu dať na 300 000 a 71 000 dustom. Pošlem do pódiumu. Práš.
They're on their way.
Oj, to sa mi extrémne rentuje na šampiónovi, že môže ísť tu ten zredukovaný chaos damage, že môže mať imunitu na bleeding, imunitu na skorumpovanú blood. To sa mi rentuje. A takisto elementálna rezistencie tiež nebude mať problém. Lebo tu mám za 2 body 16 a keby som silomocou chcel, tak tu mám za ďalšie 2 body ďalších 10. Čo tiež nie je zlé. A takisto keby som silomocou chcel bol by problém, tak tu mám ďalších 13 za 2 body. A keď zoberiem ten gem, ktorý mi dáva dexteritu, odtiaľ to pôjdem, tieto všetky môžem premeniť na dexteritu. Ten gem mi dá okolo 90 dexterity. 90 dexterity. On zoberie tento, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, on zoberie 70 a 20 dáva gem. Takže 90 dexterity môžem získať túto jedným gemom, len stratím tú dexteritu. To je celé. Ale dexteritu viem veľmi ľahko získať. 90 dexterity jedným gemom, to je brutálne číslo. Jedným packerom. To je brutálne. Ten jeden gem, ten jeden jewel kúpim a mám dexteritu fixnutú. Mám dexteritu na úrovni 150.
I should have a drink with Tusion later.
Som závodol. Som závodol s dexteritou. Takže ja už sa pripravím na tú ďalšiu ligu, no len hovorím. Je to trošku také buržoázne s tou ligou, je to buržoázne. Povedali, že o 4 mesiace bude, takže v decembri mala výjsť. Ja to odhadujem na... Podľa mňa ďalšia liga má šancu výjsť ešte tento rok teda. 11. decembra. 11. decembra. Oni to dajú skôr pred sviatkami, aby dávali patche. Takže je šanca, že vyjde 4. decembra. Je šanca, že ju púšu na 4. decembra. Nemyslím, že ju dajú 11. lebo to už mali málo času na patche. Tu mali iba jeden týždeň na patche. Tu Tuto majú 2 týždne na patche, čo si povedia OK, máme 2 týždne, keď sa niečo posere. Máme 2 týždne ešte roboty. Púšťame to 4. V podstate, ako dá sa povedať, že môžeme zistiť z minulosti, že kedy pušli ligy, možno sa mýlim a možno pušli ligy k 24. decembrové ligy. Sú nejaké? Takže bola 13. takže pušli ju. Takže pušli, áno, vidíme to 7. 7. 12. 13. 7. 12. 13. 12. 8. 13. 13. 12. Tieto dve ligy, to bola jedna liga. Takže 9. 12. Sanctum, 8. Takže áno, dávajú ligy 12. Takže bude 12. 13. je posledná. To znamená, že môže byť to 11. teda. Očivne si povedali, že dobre, tak to máme jeden týždeň na patche, tu môžeme napačovať, keď bude treba. Tuto môžeme napačovať ešte 21. 22. Takže môže byť 11. Takže 11. Môj tip teda je 11. 11. decembra, že vyjde tá liga. Takže ešte tento rok sa pravdepodobne dočkáme šampióna, ktorý sme sa mali dožiť, bude zima. To, že bude zima, to znamená samozrejme, že toto je veľmi dobrý Exile hand. Veľmi dobrý Exile hand. Taký buržoázny jedinec. Taký buržoázny jedinec. Takže dá sa povedať, že teraz sa testujú tieto veci. Sú tam goatmeni, nemám rád goatmenov. Ale je tam number of run, nemám rád goatmenov, hej to vidíte. Toto je to, čo hovorím, že nemám rád goatmenov, hej to vidíte goatmeni. To ako... Tu sa len testuje, že teda... Ale ďalšia liga sa tak vrátime tak kúsok naspäť k tým koreňom. A ďalšia liga bude oveľa dlhšia, lebo budeme dosť dlho robiť 5-kové mapy. Lebo budem setupovať syndikátov. Hej? A tým, že budeme setupovať syndikátov, ja sa nepohnem ďalej, pokiaľ nebudem mať tú bloodline. To znamená, ja najprv potrebujem na 5-kových mapách poraziť syndikátov a poraziť Katarínu, aby sa mi objavila na 5-kových mapách. Hej? Aby som si otvoril bloodline. Ten bloodline to je kľúč. V tej bloodline mám 25 increasnutý minion life. Takže to je brutalita. Problém je, že nikdy nevieš, aký build postavíš, nikdy nevieš, aký štít zoženieš, hej. Nikdy nevieš, aký zoženieš rukavice, nikdy nevieš, čo zoženieš. Pracuješ s tým, čo máš v dispozícii. Ak je v dispozícii hníš, pracuješ s hnísom. Toto je problém, ktorý tu je. Túto konkrétne ligu sa mi podalo zohnať miliardu raritu veci, veľmi kvalitné veci na raritu a veľmi kvalitné prstene. A to sa mi asi podarí každú ligu, popravde. Táto liga bola zárobkovo veľmi lukratívna.
Another nice vein, eh?
Join the sea!
Nechcem sa potápať, lebo budú nejaké robiť zmeny budú robiť pod vodou. Tak by som sa išiel potápať až po tých zmenách. Ale vidíme to, že tie žlté mapy, najväčší rozdiel na žltých mapách je, že padá viacej map. Oveľa viacej map padá, povedal by som, že padá dvojnásobok map. Povedal by som, že ti padne dvakrát toľko map, ako s tou 60% kvantitou. 150-60. Ale znova, čo sa týka zárobku, nie je tam nejaký... Nie je tam nejaký masívny rozdiel. Padli mi tu nejaké diviny, ale takisto i padli diviny na modrý mapách. A takisto mi padol Enlighten, ktorý som povedal za 4 diviny. Takže ovo taká buržoázia.
Hello. Till next time, shall we keep, Saviour?
Takže nakoniec ďalšia liga bude v decembri, bude. Bude ešte tento rok, v decembri ju ešte púšnú. Jasné, že ju púšnú v decembri, jasné, že ju púšnú. Chcú zarobiť. Chcú zarobiť. V decembri, jasné, že ju púšnú. V decembri, pred Vianocami. Ideálny čas na zárobok. Jasné, že ju púšnú v decembri. Ďalšia liga bude v decembri ešte tento rok. Aj ten šampión sa začne prúdiť v decembri. Ako skôr nebude. Ak bude, tak bude ja by som povedal, že je 90% šanca, že bude v decembri. 90% šanca. A 10% šanca, že niečo poserú a posunú to na koniec januára. A buď to bude január alebo december. Ono je to v podstate dosť jedno, už to už je pri kúsok pri sebe tie svastiky, áno.
I must have time to gather my will.
A ďalšia liga bude 100% dlhšia, to je už teraz jasné, pretože budem dlho robiť syndikátov. Budem dlho čízovať syndikátov, pretože ja budem mať šancu na syndikátov asi 45%, 42%, 2% máš na každého mástra, basic. To znamená, budeme mať šancu na syndikátov 42%. To znamená, každá druhá mapa mi dá syndikátov. Hej. Maximálne každá druhá, To znamená, ja to odhadujem, že prvých 7 dní od soboty do soboty podľa mňa budem robiť len syndikátov. A podľa mňa môj odhad je, že niekedy v nedeľu by som mal ísť na Katarínu iba a stále iba 5-kové mapy mať. Hej, v nedeľu, môj odhad je, že v nedeľu by som mal ísť robiť 6-kové mapy, 7-čkové a takto ďalej, hej. Že až v nedeľu by som to mal ísť. Taký je môj odhad. Ale to máš tak netrápiť, čo ma skôr zaujíma je šampión, v prvom rade, aby tú ligu dali v decembri, čo je 90% šanca. No a potom samozrejme šampióna spojazniť, zohnať Rigvalda. A robil by som pravdepodobne žlté mapy, neidentifikované päťky. To by nám zvýšilo šancu na diviny.
Hello. Go with courage.
Už neviem tie prstenie kam dávať. Niekoľko 15-kových mám. Vôbec som nechcel byť tie pičné 15-ky. Pretože 15-ky je zbytočné robiť. Oni veľmi často dropnú buď ďalšiu 15-ku, alebo dajú 16-ku. Veľmi často dajú 16-ku. A to je o ničom. Tam spravím mapu a nedá mi ďalšiu mapu. Beloch, pekne si smedná žena. Pekne si dala dúškou. Pekne si dala dúškou. Naša žena. Náš Beloch. Naša škôvranka. Naša škôvranka. Takže hovorím, Rigvald je ten základ. A čo? Čo ty myslíš, Tepit? Čo je to tap function? Vôbec nerozumiem, čo je to tap function? Ako je okránu s kreditnými kartami? Čo tap function? Čo tap? Čo to je tap? You have to tap it. Necháme, že je to toto. Sme skončili. Keď sme na poslednej strane odrač gaša. O 6. Je čas na ďalšieho.
Got something on our latest ship. What do you need?
Odkiaľ prišiel Pelgur? Pumpkiny? Fuck off. Povedz sa za orichalkom plus za antinom.
Oh, hello there.
Také trošku baklažány, ale lízeme ich tam. Dobre.
Hail.
Pošleme dole 26 40 000 orichalkumu, 40 000 baklažánov, 8 000. 8 000 barov. Do toho dáme 5200 škrekošov eriziumových. A dorazíme to 57 000 dustu.
They're on their way.
Pošleme to do paseky, pošleme to do paseky, pošleme to do kvadrantu. Dáme si jednu mapu a samozrejme lízime studeného dažgraša.
Europe's autumn preview. Thank you for joining me, Mr. Weatherman Europe. I'm meteorologist Brian Shields. It is Wednesday, the 5th of August, 2026. El Nino is going to play a factor. I want to show you how long this heat lasts, how long it lasts through autumn, and when we're going to get a much better chance right into the forecast, plus a snapshot of what to expect as we work our way into winter. So busy in this video. We'll be tracking quite a few things as we work our way forward. So thank you for your patience. Let's get to it. El Nino, that very warm water in the eastern Pacific. And as we have seen, it has had an influence in the weather across Europe. And when you get El Nino, it doesn't always impact the weather in Europe, you know, but this has been a particularly strong one. And we got the first signs of that late in June with that very significant heat wave, the drier weather, the wildfires. Yeah, it's because of El Nino. It is here. It is going to remain strong. This red shading, October, November, December. So late into summer, right into autumn. And as we work our way into the beginning of winter, a very strong El Nino. This will have an impact on our weather over the next several months across Europe. Now, what does that mean? Let's break it down kind of short term. And at the end of this video, since we're going to cover a lot, I'll summarize everything, what we can expect in autumn. Very hot finish to the summer. That's what we're going to see. That's what we typically get with the strong El Nino influence. And we are going to see that above average temperatures will continue into autumn. That is what usually happens with an El Nino pattern. You even get some mini heat waves that could go from summer right into autumn. But the rain chance usually increases in autumn during a strong El Nino, and that is exactly what I'm seeing, and I'll show you that. Now let's cover what to expect kind of in the short term, right, to round out the summer. Here's a look at the 40-day temperature, 46-day temperature anomaly. I look at all the models. I choose the ones that are matching up best with the environment. So I do a lot of research behind the scenes, and then kind of put out the best information for you. 46 days because that's the model output on this. Where you see these orange shadings, right, above average temperatures. This is what we have. So kind of what we have now, this is going to continue through the end of summer. When we have some of the blue shadings, that's where we're going to be below average. But again, most of us, not all of us, most of us running above average, and significantly so as we work our way through September. 46-day precipitation anomaly where we have these brown shadings and some of these reds. That's where we are so very dry. drier than average. Now, this is looking at the next 46 days. This is on top of the dry weather that a lot of us have already had. Not all of us, but a lot of us. So that means that wildfire threat, the drought conditions over the next 46, they're going to get even worse for most of us. That storm track Norway back towards Scotland in particular, where we'll be wetter than average, not just kind of average, but wetter than average for a few of us in our northern zones. Now, let's work our way forward. Let's begin with the temperatures because we know that has been the big story this summer. We know it's hot in the summertime, but we've had some of these prolonged heat waves. It's been hotter than average. Sometimes you get that in the summertime, especially with the strong El Nino. That's exactly what we have. Well, September, so as we round out summertime, and this is kind of a blend of models, just to let you know a little about the science that I'm looking at behind the scenes. As we round out summer into the start of autumn, you can see once again, simply put, we're seeing a lot of these oranges on the map, right? This won't be exact. We're looking longer term, but this is telling me that the heat from the summer is going to continue right into autumn. And you see it here, especially across the Mediterranean with some of those deeper oranges and some of the reds popping up. We start to see the pattern breaking down a little bit. Now, I don't just rely on the models. I do think this is just a touch off because I think what we're going to have is a little more moisture around. So I don't think it'll be quite as widespread. As a whole, September, October, and let's get into November, we're going to have the above average temperatures. But you see less orange on the map, right? Things start to break down. It's really confined mainly to the south where we're going to have significant heat that's going to be with us all the way through November. So yes, the above average temperature pattern will continue.
Urychlil komputer pomeral páni.
And that does coincide to what we typically get when we're stuck in an El Nino cycle. That is so strong. So it all makes sense. We've seen some of this coming out of summer or in summertime. We're going to see this continuing into autumn. Now, what about the precipitation? This is where we're going to get some changes as we work our way forward. As we work our way with an El Nino pattern, typically as we approach the first half of winter, we're usually a little bit wetter. So at some point, we kind of turn on the faucet as we work our way into autumn time. Now, this here, September, the brown shading drier than average. Doesn't mean we're not going to get any rain in these spots, but this is drier than average. Where we have the greens, though, across the Mediterranean, the rain is going to build. And that's why I do believe some of the models that I just showed you, I think it is going to be above average. I think it's a little bit overdone because I think the rain's going to really start to build in. Here's kind of a different sample of this. That's one model. Here's the blend of models. So that was the European. Here's a look at the blend of models for September. Similar scenario, right? So that's a sign that I have higher confidence. More of the models are matching up, and it coincides to what I typically see with a significant El Nino event. So again, a different kind of source here. You see across the Mediterranean, we're a little bit wetter. We're in these yellows. That's where we're drier. Now let's break this down forward. Very important for wildfires, agriculture, and simply how the precipitation plays into the temperatures, kind of taking the edge off of some of that. So let's go forward here. This is October. This here is the European model. Matches up with the GFS as well, looking at all of the models. Very similar. You see the Iberian Peninsula, Portugal, Spain, France. We're going to see a higher chance of rain in Italy. I bring up a couple of these spots because this is where we have been so dry with that wildfire threat. We work our way back toward parts of Southeast Europe, parts of say even as you get back toward Germany and Poland, about average, maybe a little bit drier than average. Czechia, ten tovar, for example. Now, this kind of matches up again. I'm showing you two different models, or at least model outputs for October. Similar. See, back toward Italy, the Mediterranean, we're a little bit wetter than average in through here. So let's do the same thing as we work our way forward into November. Now, I'll show you a couple of the snapshots. This here, the European model. And you can see definitely wetter than average. Ireland, back through the UK, watching over toward the Netherlands, Belgium, Denmark, running above average precipitation. So it's going to shift a little bit to the north. The Mediterranean, by the time we work our way into November, maybe a little bit drier, at least across a couple of the islands. But we're going to see more of this kind of spreading across. This is important because this is November, edging into winter. Typically with a strong El Nino, the start of winter is wetter, and that's even what this model is showing. And we kind of get a feel of that as well with this model as well. Again, staying in November, you see the green kind of lifting a little bit to the north. So as we go throughout autumn, definitely above average temps, right? We're going to have that throughout the entirety of autumn. Really hot to start autumn as well. But as autumn advances, we're going to get wetter. And I've showed you this earlier. Actually, we were talking about this in April and May, and that summertime pattern as a whole has panned out from what we've been talking about together. And I'm seeing things holding together with this pattern right into winter. Usually with an El Nino influence, we get those extreme prolonged heat waves. But early in the winter, we're typically milder and wetter. And that does fit with what I'm seeing in autumn. Autumn, again, I expect it to be warmer than average, milder than average, but starting to trend wetter, and that will set the stage for more precipitation to start our winters. We get a little snapshot of winter. Now, let's get back to the short term, right? Some of us have been so very hot, at least to start the working week, but some of us are now taking the edge off the temperatures. So let me give you a snapshot of later today. You can see some of these numbers, pick a spot on the map. We work our way back towards Scotland, running in the upper teens, back
El
toward
Nino.
Ireland, about 25
El
as we
Nino.
work our way back toward London.
El Nino.
31 as we work our way towards Switzerland, 36 parts of Italy. So just giving you a feel of some of these temperatures as we work our way through the afternoon. Some areas have dropped with our numbers. We were talking about this in the last videos. Others have been staying the same or climbing. So we zoom around again later today, see some of these blues on the map are a little bit cooler. As we work our way back toward parts of the Baltic states, swinging back toward Germany and Poland. We're going to be right on the edge of this heat, this dividing line. Latvia, for example, in north will be a little less hot, but to the south, you get over toward Poland, that heat is really going to be around. Let's swing to the south. Of course, we still have the heat in these areas. This is what I was really highlighting in the last video over toward parts of Romania, Slovakia, watching over toward Hungary with some of that extreme heat. Austria, we're still dealing with some of that extreme heat. Swing back toward Greece, you see right here over toward Cyprus, some of that heat that, of course, which we expect this time of year. But boy, it's been hotter than average in some areas. So some spots, yeah, we're taking off the edge later today. Others still dealing with the heat. Here's that storm track kind of sitting right through here with these pockets of rain. I'll zoom down in a second. Meanwhile, where we have the heat still, we are dealing with some thunderstorms. So I want to zoom to that. We'll get to that in just a second. Let's just roll our way forward through the rest of the working week, right into the upcoming weekend. And you see anywhere from Iceland back toward Norway, points to the south, back toward, say, Ireland, Scotland, seeing the rain. But you get back toward England, not as much. And still watching out for some of the storms. Spain, Portugal will be mindful of some of the storms. So let's zoom down to a few areas, and you can see the scattered showers. This is later today. Here's your time frame. As we work our way into the afternoon, Germany will pop up a shower storm, batches of rain. Sweden, Finland on the move. Lithuania, we could catch a shower. Poland, Czechia. Iceland by tomorrow, a better chance of getting some of that rain moving in. Let's move forward into our Friday. Still watching the rain. Iceland, the Faroe Islands, Shetland Islands, back toward Scotland, clipping by Norway, Sweden, Finland again. Generally dry. Lithuania swinging back toward Belgium, the Netherlands. Not a lot of action quite yet. Saturday storm track, same areas, seeing that chance of showers, and with that, that does help keep some of those temperatures down. Now let's swing to the south. This is where we're mainly dry, but we'll get a couple thunderstorms. I've been watching your comments. Some of us have gotten some really big thunderstorms working our way forward into tomorrow. You see back through the Alps, watching out for a couple of these showers. Portugal, we're mainly dry here. Spain could see a pop-up shower possibility. One or two. Romania. Czechia seeing a couple of the showers. You see Moldova, a couple of the showers back toward Ukraine, a little bit more so on Friday. Portugal still mainly dry. Spain, we get a couple here. Italy, pop-up shower. Kosovo, Montenegro, seeing a few of those. Albania, Serbia, Romania, we could get a few storms. Bosnia, as we work our way into Saturday, just naming a few spots. Turkey, seeing a couple of these showers. And then as we get near Portugal, but more so Spain by Saturday, a couple more pop-up storms. Some of those could be aggressive. Not widespread, not enough to really suppress the fire threat, but a couple showers will be a possibility. Sharp divide here. Anywhere from you get toward England back toward Scotland, just a huge divide in the rain or lack thereof, right? We know about it. I've been watching the comments. Let me know if you're catching any of the rain. These, the 5-day totals, taking us right into the weekend. You can see right where that storm track is. But a couple of pop-up showers I mentioned earlier, Lithuania, Poland, Germany, we could see a few. In through here, Valencia lifting up toward Milan. Again, this is where we'll deal with some of those spotty showers and thunderstorms that will be a possibility. A couple of brief downpours, 25, upwards of 75 millimeters of rain in some spots. But back through the Alps where we could get some repeat showers, we may get some spots with repeat downpours over the next 5 days. Over 100 millimeters of rain, that'll be a possibility. So Autumn, we're looking at those above average temperatures. They will continue. Of course, it won't be as hot as summer, but it is still going to be hot. That prolonged heat for many areas. Not all of us. I showed you some of the exceptions. But as autumn goes on, we get that higher chance of precipitation. So overall, milder than average, warmer than average, but also trending wetter than average. And that means a wetter start to the winter. We'll be tracking this, and I'll fine tune the autumn preview in more updates as we get a little bit closer. I'll put out more details on that. If you're subscribed, you'll get those notifications. So thank you for being part of this channel. I hope you're doing well. I'll be watching the comments throughout the day. Have a really good day ahead.
Chcete tieto tučné borovičky? 2 dívany. Buď sa buchne po vrecku, alebo nebudete mať tučné borovičky. 2 dívany. 2 dívany máte tučné borovičky. 2 dívany. Má 2 múdre sokity. Čo chcete viacej, pičisovi? Hej na tie baklažanky. 48 fire, 48 cold. 14% hita veci, 95 život, armor zvýšený, movement speed solidná. 2 divány sú vaše borovičky.
Hail!
Zantinum. 30-kový, ne, musia to byť väčšie čísla, na tých percentách záleží. Musí to byť minimálne 50-ka. Minimálne 50-ka. 70% Crimson. To nie je zlé. 79 000 marža. To chce 5800 Crimsonu. Toľko máme, nie? No. Dáme to z 50 000 marža. 49. Ja. No.
They're on their way.
70% marža, to sú len marže. % orichelku. A Ribbon fell seriem, to je zle mal ani rerollovať. Poslíme Climbing Fest, no tak dáme si jednu rundu. To mi dá trochu baklažan.
Vesper, load 'em up. Here we go. Vesper, light it up.
I must have time to gather my will.
Ako sme zabili. Zabili sme. Slušne dávne sklamal.
Back to the battlefield. Mate does it again.
Finishing touch. What is it doing, man?
Greetings. Journey well.
Dáme si jeden malpro, ještě jedného všívaka. Dáme si jedného všívaka. This is fine. Fine všívak, fine všívak.
I must have time to gather my will.
With energy, Exile. Packed with energy.
The Tangle cannot have the Atlas.
Ooh.
Что стало за шмаками? Кому отлетели? Шмакачи. Využil som ten čas, že šmáci odletel a dal som im vodu na plné obratky.
I must have time to gather my will.
Máme dosť, ne?
Hello. Keep your life to your own.
Five most movements beyond the rest powerless creates. Toto je tučná mapa. Na ňu som zvedavý. Táto bude mať okolo 130 kvantitu. Táto záreže. Koľko má? 136 kvantita veci.
You there. A moment of your time.
Takže vieme to, aj keď má 136 kvantitu. Aj keď má 136 kvantitu. Well, OK. Lízli je do divinu, takže tá kvantita robí svoj. Ako to nebude toto nejaká filoména, akurát som o tom hovoril, OK. Takže ak máš veľkú kvantitu, ak máš cestu stovku, tak tá šanca na divinu, nepovedal by som, že je reálna, ale šanca na divinu je reálna, by som teda povedal. Akurát lízli jednu. Akurát lízli jednu divinu. Takže áno, 136 kvantita, lízlo divine.
Packed with energy, Exile. Packed with energy.
mine. The cleansing fire cannot have it.
Čo je taký odolný ten?
Packed with energy, Exile. Packed with energy.
Divanovi sú hlavne drahé kvôli tomu, že ľudia ich používajú na to pičné craftovanie, aj to je dôvod. Ale aj tak som presvedčený, že hlavný dôvod je, že je leto a neodsýpa toľko veľa ľudí. Žiadna divan orba nie je na predaj. What a bagler.
Hello. Till next time, shall we keep, Saviour?
A týchto veľa.
Hello.
Koľko je za 82-kový Chainsaw?
Journey well.
Tak nejaké parafrázy z neho vytočíš. To je champion. V decembri to rozboli champion.
For us to disenchant?
Sa pripraví na tú fantasmagóriu. Tak to je nič.
Things are looking up.
Na to zabudni.
Oh, it's you.
To je chore.
Good day.
To je chore, koľko chceš mi vylizovať.
What was that?
Za takú kvalitnú vecičku, za takú buržoáziu.
Oh, good. More work.
Za takú kvalitnú vecičku, za takú buržoáziu, za takú buržoáziu. Som úplne zabudol na Blackyho. Je to aj vidno, 33 level. Zajtra žena. Dneska ešte treba ísť na ženy, zredukovať materiál. Ak sa dá pozrieť nejaké podmazy. Máme tu žiadne polnozy. Možno prichádza čas na rančerov. A potom chlapina, odtiaľ zobujeme jedného šibola. Alebo odchytíme? Odchyťme. Ja som sa pomýlil. Ideme si na stolného držgroša, prezývaného držgy, alebo držgroška. Ja, za chvíľu máme záhradu hotovú. To už ani moc neryžujeme. Trénink 100%. Celkom tučno. Bude levelovať ako fiškal. Takže Ranchero sa tiež rozbalil. Naša klasická parafráza. Keby nejaké pikošky páni, zapamätajte si. Ja si zatiaľ na stranu držioša. A potom sa o ne samozrejme podelím. Potom sa o ne podelíme. Ja poviem svoje pikošky, vy poviete svoje pikošky. Vzájomne si zapikoškujeme. Ale už som tu páni. A máme nejaké pikočky, máme nejaké pikiny, o ktoré sa môže podeliť? Máme nejaké pikočky? Máme nejaké pikiny? Let's find out. Čo to za sačko?
Another nice vein, eh?
You there. A moment of your time.
Nedokázal by som ho spojazniť tento. Ako ráta sa mi, ale... Nemá život, nemôže si dovoliť mať amulet, ktorý nemá život. Aj keď môžeme zase opletať, že 10% damageu, keď sa presunie, dajme tomu, že mi dajú za 1000 damageu, tým pádom mi dajú za 900. To je 100. To je stále málo. Ako 100 života má stále väčšiu value ako 10% damageu presunúť. Okay.
Go with God.
sa veľmi často, toto je podľa nich 6% šanca, veľmi často máme tieto shipmenty. Veľmi často máme tieto shipmenty. Zabudám na to. Potrebujem to spraviť.
I must have time to gather my will.
Have a nice day, mate.
Neviem na čo to teraz či odsýpa. Odsýpa, lebo sa znamenil na čempiona a testuje mapy. Že áno, tieto žlté mapy sú lepšie. A to je jedno, to je také, že to príde ako bude, ako bude. Žlté mapy som ma tak začal robiť už keď som skončil ligu. Ja som zarobil na modrých mapách tie servátky.
Greetings. Go with courage.
Ja som zarobil tie servátky na modrých mapách. Na modrých mapách sme to vykryštalizovali.
Patched it up all right. Deep breaths.
Ako je zaujímavá táto liga, ale hlavne túto ligu ukončilo to, že už ma nebaví detko, lebo už sa pripravujem mentálne na šampióna. To znamená, ak nie je nič tu a nič tu. Už sa pripravujem mentálne na šampióna.
Come on, get out of there. Thought you bought it, sure.
Nevyťahol som Mage Blood z tej fľaše. A keby som vyťahol, už nepotrebujem nič vyťahovať. Väčšinou ťaháš gratisy. Už nepotrebujem nič vyťahovať. Tu sa spravili tieto veci, ideme tu robiť.
Who's that? Local?
Keď mi dojdu lode. Lode majú časovú klasu.
What do you need?
Ale je dobre tu ostať. Keby náhodou ich odchytil piču z makarónka. Takže bizmu teraz hrozíme, bizmi ho. Toto bola tiež jedna z najlepších líg King's March. Veľmi dobrá megalománia. Zajtra žena. Zajtra sa to začne trošku burcovať. Takže Viko nás opustil ten pičus. Tak Viko dlhodobo neodsýpal nejaký viacej ako rok, takže to je normálne. On proste to je pičus Viko. Nemá na to, aby v kľude odsýpal Black Desert pasívne. Viko je proste pičus. Taký servač. Taký makaronizávý. Niektorí z nás volajú petolízač, krkonož, špekačková noha, Migrifič buržoazista. Tabatierka, mákový kránzel, žuchar, drvič tabakových nálavov, špekačka na vysokú úroveň, grazel najväčšieho kalibru a veľmien.
Oh, the smell of the sea salt on the wind.
Áno. A niektorí z nás volajú čistokrvný kaliber. Ale mákový zrnihlav. Nejak to nevychádza, že tu mám iba jedno. No ja som zabudol keď si nasadiť a teraz tak všelijako rýžujem.
What do you need?
Posielame nejaké tabaky, kalgur, onové, pódium. Tovar sa roztáča, obchoduje sa tvrdo. Tovar sa roztáča, obchody sa točia, fantasmagórie sa vylizujú. Klikneme ďalšie zombie na 21, už keď je to úplne jedno. Čo? Myslíme si, že klikneme? Ako klikači, čo? Máme na to. Klikneme ich? Nope. Ostane na 20. Klikneme tieto na 21. Nope. Neklikol som nejaké spektre? Klikol. Takže spektre som klikol na 21, bol to klikes. It does a melee physical damage. To je taky jedno. Ja želím to, že otáčam trón, to už má taký zotrvačník. Toto už len tak zo zotrvačnosti končím, ale že koniec. Mal by som to zabaliť a radšej buď pustím manažéra, alebo začať rozbolovať rancherov a pestovať kukuricu a podobné veci.
I must have time to gather my will. It's stuck.
Takže pripojíme sa na ďalšiu Ligu Championa. Ale výhoda je, že odkedy nerobíš ABC, vidíme ako extrémne pomaly idem. Vidíme ako extrémne pomaly idem. V podstate mám 97,5, vôbec nelevelujem, pretože robím mapu, kde je strašne málo píčusov. Nerobím žiadne ABC ani bríče každú mapu, tak vidíme ako to ide.
My mana is spent.
This is good.
To je zotrvačník už len. Ale...
Hello. Journey well.
Zotrvačník, ale už to končí. Už ma to nebaví, tento pitches. Ideme na ženy už teraz. Pozrieme sa, ako sme na tom. Buď dám ženy, alebo vybavím misie vo Falloute. Ja sa tak neskutočne čudujem, ako môže toľko veľa ľudí stále, tak veľa to nie je. Na celom svete 6 000, je to malé hovno.
Yo, what's good, fellow Baltimoreans? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day in the wasteland. We have a lot to go over in this one, but first, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, and drop a like if you've been enjoying the content. So there's a huge elephant in the room, and I would be remiss if I did not discuss this and give my insight. Now, I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen this video on their screen. I played Fallout 76 since the beginning. Here's why I'm done. That video was from longtime content creator Tonic, and in that video, he states that basically with the slow drip of content from 76, he's not really finding content creation enjoyable anymore. We have Wiggle Plays, another longtime content creator, basically stating the same thing between the grind of YouTube and direction of Fallout 76. It's been very hard to enjoy creating content. Now, if I'm John Rush, this is not what I want to see, especially when, Xbox is going on a rampage. Another major content creator, Glass Gaming, while she is not walking away from 76 entirely, she is exploring other options. So we're seeing a very similar trend. We also have Smashy Snow not too long ago, not much content in Fallout right now, so I went to hiking today. So we're seeing very similar trends in a very short time frame of one another, which is the most concerning thing out of them all. So what is really going on? Now, I haven't been creating content for 76 that long, but I have been a player since the very beginning. Now, for those of you guys who do not know, Fallout hasn't had content for 4 years, Fallout 76. And now what you're seeing on your screen is not AI. That is from FalloutFirst.com. So back in the day when Fallout First was introduced by Bethesda, a lot of players, as you can imagine, were not happy. And Bethesda forgot to get the IP. And yeah, players decided to be creative on how they were going to voice their concerns. Also around that time period where, things were going crazy with legacies, Juice had touched on that perfectly in this video if you guys ever want to go fully understand what was going on. But basically, some players were making upwards to $10,000 a month with real money trading. So between that and us being rebellious, Bethesda was not introducing anything inside of 76, and if they did, it was behind player trading only. Now they have since backed off of that policy and have in recent times basically stated how they are aware that their update content has been lackluster for the scoreboard and stuff like that, and it's not been the best. And while I will admit they have backed off on that player only option for the most part, it's still been quite a long time before they introduce things. And recently we have more incidents like this where they're actually taking things away. As you guys seen from the recent infestations update, bosses have been rebalanced to make them more challenging, but they decrease the chance of legendary items from non-bosses. And I don't know about you, but there ain't no legendary items from the mobs dropping anymore. I don't know what they mean by reduced. They meant it doesn't drop. You're just getting contextual ammo. And I think what's most concerning to everybody is that the creative director, Jonathan Rush, he actually plays 76, as you've seen here. He was giving away Fallshot masks the other day. And I'm wondering if we are playing the same game as this guy sometimes. And I'm sure a lot of the content creators have been thinking the same thing. And what we want is not hard. It's easy. The solutions are very simple, very easy. I did a couple of polls recently, one of which talking about the chances of learning 4-star mods. And as you can see there, players don't want the game to be super easy mode, baby, Weenie Hut Jr. walk in the park. They just want the game to be reasonable. They don't want to feel like they're grinding years and years for one thing that, you purposely made not even good to begin with. We know we have so many throwaway mods in the game. Why do we even have that? We have legendary crafting now. There is no need for RNG like that anymore. It just doesn't make sense. And as you can see, it's easy. What people want is just new mods, new apparel, new items, very simple things, as well as, events, updates. Essentially, they have done a lot of quality of life changes recently, right? We can admit that. They added a whole bunch of new mechanics and reworked a lot of things. The meta with weapons have changed a lot, but they have not reworked the rewards. And now in the fall, of course, I gotta touch on this, right? Like in the fall, they have stated they're bringing more rewards, but why wait until the fall? Why wait into the fall to bring rewards in that you should have right now? That's how infestations should have started, which I've been stating since PTS and infestations has first been announced a couple of months ago. You really should have started off this way, and honestly, you need to bump it up even more. You need to go crazy. There needs to be more rare apparel. We've had the same tattered field jacket for forever, and we have 2 new regions inside of 76. We have Burning Springs and Skyline Valley. They should each have their own rare apparel by now. It's very simple what you need to do, Bethesda. And I'm just going to say, hey, John Rush, if you want to keep your job, bro, I think you better get your act together. Now, I know there's a lot of content creators who they're not voicing their concerns about this. They're doing well and they're doing good, but I think they should also be very concerned as well because this doesn't bode well for anyone who likes 76, whether you play the game, whether you create content for the game, whether you do both. Yeah, you don't want to have this lingering in the air when the solution is just so easy, so simple. My gosh, like what is going on with you guys? It's baffling, and I haven't been that type of guy. You guys know me. I'm not doom and gloom, so I don't think that this is the end. But geez, guys, what is really going on? Do you guys need like help over there? Cause I'll do it, man. Like if you guys need, some more ideas getting pumped out there, I got you. But let me know what you guys think about this situation. What would you do right now to fix everything if you could? And as always, safety.
The Fallout 76 limited time deals have officially reset, and this week Bethesda is bringing back 7 different vending machine skins. But before we jump into each one, here's something I bet a lot of players don't know. Every single vending machine in Fallout 76 only uses one Flamingo unit of camp budget. So the real differences this week aren't the camp budgets. They're the designs, how often they return, and even how they are powered. Some support radiated power, while others require you to run a wire directly from a generator. If you're someone who likes building clean looking camps, that's something you'll definitely want to keep in mind. By the end of the video, I'll also give you the top 3 picks for this week's lineup. So let's jump right into it. First up is the Alien Vending Machine, available today for 250 atoms. This vending machine originally released as a part of the Alien Marketplace bundle and was introduced alongside Fallout 76's growing collection of Zayden-themed camp items. If you're building an alien base, an enclave bunker, or a futuristic science lab, this vendor fits perfectly. One of the biggest advantages is that it supports radiated power. As long as it's within range of a wireless power source, there's no need to run a wire directly to it. That's a huge plus for builders who hate exposing wires. For only 250 atoms, it's also one of the better values this week. Available tomorrow is the Flower Cart Vending Machine for 350 atoms. Originally released as a standalone Atomic Shop item, this has become one of the most popular vending machines among camp builders, because it doesn't even look like a vending machine. Instead, it blends into your camp as a decorative flower cart. It's perfect for gardens, farms, villages, parks, or cozy cottage-style builds. The downside is this is one of the older vendor skins, so it requires a direct power connection. You'll need to run a wire from your generator directly to your vendor. For players who spend a lot of time hiding wires and making immersive camps, that can definitely be a bit of a drag. Next up is the Pawn Shop Vending Machine for 350 atoms. Originally released through the Atomic Shop, this vendor was designed to resemble an old Appalachian pawn shop. It's perfect for trading posts, flea markets, junkyards, abandoned towns, or roadside businesses. It really makes your camp feel like an actual shop. Like the flower cart, this vendor requires a direct power connection. Next up is the A&D Vendor Bot for 350 atoms. Instead of interacting with a vending machine, visitors actually trade with a robot, giving your camp a lot more personality. It fits perfectly into a Brotherhood of Steel, Enclave, Industrial, or robot-themed camps. It also supports radiated power, so if it's within range of a wireless power source, there's no need to run a wire directly to it. Next up is the Auto Vent for 250 atoms. This is one of those vendor skins that just works with almost every camp. It has that classic Fallout retro futuristic design that feels right at home no matter what you're building. Whether your camp is modern, lore friendly, or somewhat in between, the auto vent blends in naturally. Another big advantage is that it supports radiated power, so you don't have to deal with running a wire directly to it. If you're trying to keep your camp looking clean, that's a very nice quality of life feature. Up next is the Red Rocket Mini Mart vending machine for 250 atoms. This vendor originally debuted during Season 3, The Scribe of Avalon, before eventually making its way into the Atomic Shop. If you're building a Red Rocket gas station, mechanic shop, diner, or roadside stop, this vendor fits perfectly and really captures a classic Fallout look. The only downside is that, like several of the older vendor skins, it requires a direct power connection, so you'll need to run a wire directly to it. And finally, we have the Halloween vending machine for 250 atoms. This skin originally released during Fallout 76 Halloween celebration and usually returns around the spooky seasons. Since it's only August, this is a nice opportunity to grab it early. It's perfect for haunted houses, cemeteries, spooky attractions, or Halloween-themed camps. Like the flower cart, pawn shop, and red rocket vendors, this one also requires a direct power connection, so you'll need to run a wire directly to it. If you're wondering which one of these don't come back very often, the flower cart vending machine is one of the less common returns and has become a favorite among dedicated camp builders. The alien vending machine usually returns when Bethesda is bringing back alien-themed content. The Halloween vending machine normally comes back around October, so seeing it in August is a little unusual. And the Red Rocket Mini Mart originally came from Season 3, giving newer players another opportunity to own a formal season reward. Now for my top 3 picks this week, at number 3 is the Flower Cart Vending Machine. If you're into immersive camp builds, this one's hard to beat. It looks like part of your camp instead of a vending machine. The only drawback is having to run a power wire directly to it. At number 2 is the Red Rocket Mini Cart Vending Machine. This one absolutely nails the classic Fallout roadside aesthetic. If you're building a Red Rocket gas station, garage, diner, or service stop, it's one of the best themed vendors in the game. Again, you'll need to wire it directly, but for the look, I think it's worth it. And my number 1 pick this week is the Auto Vend. This is one of the most versatile vending machines on the list. It has the iconic Fallout look, fits almost any camp style. And because it supports radiated power, you don't have to run a wire directly to it. If you could only buy one vendor this week, this would be my choice. So that's a closer look at this week's limited time deals. Now I want to hear from you. Which vending machine is your favorite? And are you planning to pick up any of these while they're on sale? If you found this video helpful, don't forget to leave a like, subscribe for more Fallout 76 news, guides, and Atomic Shop updates. And like always, thank you so much for watching. Have an amazing day, take it easy, and I'll see you in that next video.
Evo slabý podmas. Slabý podmas. Slabý podmas. Podmazy, no. Neviem, čo sa deje. Som rastý s tými ženami, čo som rastý? Som rastý s tými ženami. To teplo ma lustruje, 36,2, to je ten solidný tabák. To ma vždy dostane do úzkých. Ako zredukovali sme nejaké ženy, ale stále máme posraté kľúče. To nám dá strašne veľa. Oj, no, je to problém, no. Ale to není, teraz ma redukuje teplo. Ako táto sauna ma redukuje najviac. Tá teplotná filozofia ma brutálne redukuje, no, brutálne. Zajtra budú ženy. Zajtra bude žena. V podstate dá sa povedať, že zrádzať už nemá kto. Všetci hajzli zradili. Už odsýpam iba ja sám v rodine. Čo je to za kokota? Aký pičus tu pobehoval. Neukrochaní analfabeti, plní hnisu a vredáctva. Máme tu iné svastiky, ako som povedal, ešte mám mystické kľúče. Zajtra nám dojde zase 8000 za ženu. Ale to nie je problém, problém je to tá sauna, no sauna ma trošku kryštalizuje, celý som spotený, celý som mokrý. Ruky, ktorými držím klávesicu a myš, jak v želatine som namočený. 36,2. Ako to, že je 36,2, čo nie je najväčší problém. Tá skutočná teplota je oveľa vyššia. To dusno, to teplo, ten horúci, masívne horúci vzduch. Masívne. Brutálna filozofia, čo sme sa dožili. Kvôli tomu som aj v ženách neefektívny, lebo ide to veľmi, veľmi zle, to odsypa s týmito rukami namočenými vo vode. To sa aj nedá, ty kokos, ja si normálne musím dať utierku, máme servitku tam, kde to držím, však to je... Katastrofa. Takže v decembri bude nová liga Power Exile. A spojazní sa šampión. Najlepší zombie lord, šampión. Keď sa tak zobe, dal som Mal som solidný počet žien, šiel solidnú frašku. 361 žien. Takže chýbajú mi armory a accessories. 66. 70 keď dám, tak už to je už v podstate ten endgame. 70, to už máš tú finalitu. To už si považovaný za tučného gašpa. Za chvíľu sme na tej 70, no za chvíľu. O 2 týždne, 14 dní. Toho 19. augusta by sme mali mať 70. Minimálne na jednom, minimálne Dudini je vpredu. Takže Dudini mal mať do tie 2 týždne tú 70 snáď, uvidíme. V podstate on má veľa tých boxov, môže skúsiť vytočiť tam nejaký upgrade. 85 boxov. Ako dáme to po 20 000, čo je kľúčové, ale otvoríme kľúče mystické, takže to povie celé otvoriť znova. Za chvíľu sme tam. Poviem, že zaspal. Spáč ako máka. Títo by mal dať tiež dneska jedny ženy, vynulovať sa, pretože niekoľko má títo. A budú to nejaké čiastky. Zajetajú sú žena, zajeta je žena, no. Oh my god, what a butcher. What a butcher. Nechci som jen toto, tebe. Sako. Lebo my by sme mali znovu ako si mali o 3600 menej, keby nebol ten extra 2 dungeony. Takže mali by sme o 3600 menej, čo je dosť, čo spraví svoje, hovorím. S tým novým Battle Passom je to ešte horšie, lebo strašne veľa tokenov sme získali z neho, obidva. Títo ešte viacej ako Dudini. Ale tak dáme to na, budeme mať okolo 20 000 nejaké drobné. Títo dneska ešte jedny ženy. Vezmu okolo 28 000, ne? Už dávky dáme solidné. Tak vytočíme veľa portálov, veľa tých veľkých sráčov. Samozrejme bude problém z toho aspektu, že a keby sa nedostali na 20 000, ale z tých 5 mystických sráčov sa dostaneme asi na 20 000. To bude viacej ako 4 000. Ale dali sme na to 10 len tých šovinistov chorých. No už to skončilo? Nič, dorazíme ešte jednu sa na to. Dorazíme toto kolo. Sa na to. Odtiaľ sa odportujeme. Takže na 15 700 a nejaké šovinizmy. Oh, fuck me. Oh, the butcher. Holy shit, are you fucking kidding me? We pulled another boundless guy. And then let me see to upgrade, we popped another boundless guy from this. What a shit. What a butcher. What a butchers we are. What a butchers we are. And then let me see to upgrade. Ale je to šok, že som popli ďalšiu boundless guy. Je to šok. Je to šok, že som popli ďalšiu boundless guy. It's shook. Máme náhodou. Máme. To iba 43 a 7 postavíš. 7. Predáš to za 5,5, 275 tu bolo. Jo. 280. 280-ková marža. Kadiť. Nech si priplatia. Nech až tak veľa. Kadiť tých porabarov chorých. Rubálnych paseka. Na rubálnych paseke. A v mentálnej schizofrénii. No aj na to, áno, 700 máš 1, máš ich 5, takže to je minimálne, ak nevytočím, ak bude antislina. Ak by bola antislina, tak je to 3,5 tisíca, ak nebude antislina, tak potom je to dobrých 6 tisíc. Oh, fuck. Treba dúfať, že bude antislina. Ale zatiaľ je antislina, to je dobré. Ale urobil som vôbec mestské jedno polera na ženách. Vypel sa. Určite ten portál vytočím na 100%. Konec, tak to je konec. To je debakel. To je debakel. Pekný cheat. Zatiaľ je to OK, zatiaľ sme dali jeden portál, takže je to dobré. Tak nič, no. Hovoril som príliš skoro. Takže bude to na 20 000 presne, ako som povedal, vďaka týmto sráčom. Trade unlock stone. What a bullshit. Fuck off. Dobre, dali sme nejakú povinnú prácu v náhnitom tróne. Ešte by som nie, že chcel, ešte dáme jednu pol hodinku na ženách, týto ešte lízne. Má 23 000, holy fucker, som si myslel, že má oveľa menej. On má tiež pekné číslo narúbané. To je nepríjemnosť, no. Fuck. Cardigan sa vrátil. Cardigan je nás páni, Cardigan. Stále máme strašne veľa overy, ktorú treba minovať. Ale sme celkom dobehli Bismuth. Ale treba ho vyrúbať celý.
Got some goods in from Pondian. What do you need?
Well, 25 000 bluzantinu, máme na to? Máme. A 50 000. 650 000 dodávka.
Let's get that loaded!
Počkaj. Omyl. Potom 27 000 do Nagakánu. Tak nič, ešte na to nemáme. Áno. Idem dole.
What do you need?
Potom 27 000, keď to bude? Čelsko. Čelsko. Ale skúsim pozrieť nejaký podmaz, nejakú píču sa. Pozrieme nejaký podmaz. Ja tu mám toto. Nejaké nočné segmenty pre naše komunite aj nočas. Už môžem vymazať tú šesku, koľko máme dát. Dáta sú stabilné, lebo vymazali nejaké veci. A tu som si išiel láhnuť, takže hodinu nešli žiadne dáta skoro. Takže tam sa ušetrilo minimálne 8 giga. Pozrieme, či sú tu nejaké podmazy, teda nejaké z týchto píčusov. Je to klasická aramnida, ktorá stále rýžuje tiež desert. Stále rýžuje, no. To iba výklep pičus, ktorý nevie rýžovať. Tak no, nie každý na to má. Nie každý má na to tvrdé odsypanie na škodu veci. Nie každý na to má. Aramnida je silná gurmánka, no ona je silná gurmánka táto žena. Ona to vie roztačať.
I think the only thing I'll say is we're gonna change silver for gold and we'll change purple for like teal. Just cause.
Budeme tu táto.
Okay, so this part.
Tento pičus je tu.
Just pay down on future transfers. Negotiate. He's not upset. You are upset, on the other hand. Cañete.
Damn, this luggage.
All right, Sergio. Full goals to get out of this without him pissing off the rest of the team and just being upset with himself. I can't let you leave. You're the real leader, and many of the players, and that kind of influence is just invaluable. I mean, he is. Sergio Otero is. He is Malia in a lot of ways, right? He is Malia. Oh, God, I just accidentally put him on the transfer list. We'll see what comes of that. I don't think that will end up doing anything because he's already upset here. But the fact that that was, I literally was just trying to go to that right there and misclick. I don't want to leave the meeting. Fortunately, because he's already upset, I don't think that's going to end up mattering at all. If he was like really happy to be here, that would be, I would have just like caused a serious problem, ideally. And not ideally. What's it going to take to keep you here? I don't want to say that because we have him under contract till 2039, and we'll be able to wait out Al Hilal's interest. It's not they're not going to stay interested, but we got to get at least 100 million in true value for Sergio Otero to leave. He's so important to this team. It'd be a pay raise that would significantly improve my quality of life. You're already making $2 million a year. The atmosphere is really good at the moment. You have a great social group. No, he relishes big matches. I mean, look, he's a Rolls Royce player. Somebody's going to have to pay a ton of money if they want to get Otero, and even still, you know, you're not like happy that he's leaving. He's a guy that, you know, he started every match almost for this club since he turned 19. He's a #1 victory of our academy and a world-class center back through and through. I'd take the leader one. Yeah, I'll try the leader one. I've never really had that opportunity before. He's Malia through and through, baby. He said it's significant to me to learn that I'm a leader and I'm viewed as one. In that case, I'll stay. Wow. Guy loves the club. Yeah, the agent was upset. The agent's like, dude, I was about to get such a huge fee. Just got to survive to July 10th without, you know, any sort of disaster. We should get a decent reputation boost after a second place La Liga finish and a Europa League semifinal run. All right, Fluminense's Roberto getting offered. Silvio LaMonica, Alberto Costa, Malia's Schmidt. Timmy Schmidt. Nah, hold to the 10th, hold to the 10th, hold to the 10th. Hold your horses there, sailor. Gianmarco Villalba is having an absolutely monster Gold Cup. This guy's Gold Cup is... Can I just... No, because it was a question and it went away. Oh, it's so intuitive.
Now, what was the name of that one?
Gold Cup. They beat Panama, Grenada, Dominican Republic, and they are moving on from the group stage. All right. Danny Avande is the youngest player on the American national team going into this Gold Cup. We'll get some Honduras scouting in. Curacao! Dude, they have a 16-year-old. There's a 16-year-old on the Curaçaoan team. Eloy Valorian. He has 9 to 17 technique. I mean, he's probably not that good. Krushenko Alberto. Size and speed. Say no more. Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago, who were Curacao before it was cool. The Mexican national team, Eduardo Garcia. Are you still playing in Mexico? Yes, you are. Well, it's worth taking a look. I have no idea who you are. Juan Manuel Velasco. I do know who that is. I'm not falling for that again. I'm not falling for that again. All right. Okay. You're not. If you're 20 years old and you're not starting for the Dominican Republic, I've got nothing for you. 20-year-old Juan Mendieta, Cesar Vargas, and Panamanian goalkeeper Pedro Rivera. Grenada, Cam Sanchez. We will at least look. And this guy starts Oswald Thomas. All right, Costa Rica. I already know him, and he's not that good. But he's starting for Costa Rica at 16 years old. Yeah, I already know him. Dang it, Stephen Kanu Gray. He's at RB Leipzig and worth over $30 million. I would say people know who he is. I think he's been found. All right, a couple of guys that are young, but they are starting for El Salvador. Jorge Alberto Mancia from the Louisiana Crew in the USL. Oh, he's certain to be a star. All right, not O.C. Joseph. This is Antigua and Barbuda, a national team I have actually watched play in person. Dominica, solid team. Haiti! Haiti! Always going for the Haitian team. And Suriname and Guatemala. Winston Chukalam. Guatemala. All right. There you go, boys. You get the honor of being scouted by UD Malia at some point in your career. Try not to spend it all in one place. Villalba's having a monster tournament. I think he's cementing himself as a star for the Mexican team as well. Which would be great. Salvador offered. What I saw? No, Salvador news article, even better. It'd be hard for me to say no to 50 million for Salvador, as much as I like him. Dude, PSG's in on this guy. Oh, I'm missing out on a Qatari wonderkid.
Damn, this luggage.
Freaking I'm gonna try. All right. What's the wage? 10 million? Yeah, we can't meet his contract demands. All right. I just had look. I had to look. Okay, I'm sorry. I had to look. The whole world knows you're broke now. All right. All right. Sunderlander back for Sarai. Cultural Lannis are stepping up their approach for Audrey. Well, you better hurry up, man. Deportivo La Coruña is already on him. Oh, the $22 million buyback clause on Jakob Malik. Thank goodness we included that. About to expire. All right, Sarai, 26 million up front, 9 million from installments, 4.3 million after international appearances. No, right? No, I don't think so. I'm not going to take it. This is insulting, obviously. I'm not even going to dignify these Mbambo conversations with an answer. Once we get a little more money in the bank, we're just going to look to extend his contract. He doesn't really want to move either, so I think we'll be okay. John Nykorin has accepted a move to Barcelona, and the rich get richer. So B-Way Bar with an optional future fee of 1.2 million. Now, I have big plans for him. Big plans, I believe. Also, I want to check out player recommendations. Really? Only 33 guys? I'm expecting, like, at some point, all of this scouting that we've got going is just going to drop a bunch of people on top of me.
I love this job.
For Gilbert Soleveus. He's moving for 11 million, and I'm missing out. Why would I do that? All right, Marcelo Ryan from Tottenham. Valued at 9 to 13 million. He would count as a non-EU player, but clearly they're undervaluing him. I don't know why. Wow, that's crazy potential on a Chilean player. Christian Rios, a breakthrough prospect at Arsenal. I would say they've got it figured out. Teo Nuhu. Doesn't like big matches. He doesn't like big matches, man. He doesn't. What do you think of GameStart to put random players with extreme points after 4 or 5 years of a save? Yeah, I mean, that's a fun idea. Simulating a couple of years and then dropping a manager into the middle of it is always like a really fun twist for people to throw in. Joel Lazamba, Luca Dickinson, Alejandro Rubio. So it doesn't make a lot of sense when I'm asking for Sarai. I mean, you're talking about a guy who a year and a half ago, his value was over 70 million. So I'm just not, I'm not a big believer in selling low. I think when our reputation goes up, and it will at the next checkpoint. Do I think there's a real chance that Vinny will go to Arsenal? Yes, because I think there's a real chance that Real Madrid actually wants to get rid of him. So I 100% think there's a real chance that he goes to Arsenal. Because there's very few clubs that can accommodate that wage and that ego, dude. Let's be honest. Very few. He's Canadian at PSG. Hello. So, Angelino Fuentes Botero. Not as good as initially thought.
Oh, the smell of the sea salt on the wind.
It's going to get reposted on the BS. Jorge Freifeld. Guadalajara. Freifeld is a steal. We've known that for a while. Lucas Bjerga. Oh, yeah. Very long way to go. Very. I got you, man. Up the Malia. I appreciate the 23 months, Rubinho and Hot Dads. Thank you for the 16 months. You've managed to banish your ads. Well done. Johnny, thank you for the 7 months. Patty, thank you for the 58 months. Androglos, thank you for the 2 months. Velvet, thank you for the 4 months. White Gates, thank you for the 3 months. Shrimp, I appreciate the 38. Over 3 years. Rising Stag, thank you for the 64 months. And Hosty with a gifted sub. Who got it? Wang Lord. Nice. Welcome back to the internet. All right, we've reconfirmed that this Lee Davies guy is like the bee's knees. He's a tremendous player. He just turned 20 today. And Manchester United hate him. I kind of want him. They're definitely undervaluing the hell out of him. Mbai Job. Jonah Paternak. Nino Gavrich. He just doesn't have it. Mentally. Technically. Cannot overcome it with the physical ability that he has right now. Jose Seca of Fleetwood Town. You know, I've seen Fleetwood Town pop up multiple times today, and that's 2 more times than I expected. Full credit to them. Happy birthday, Lee Davies. You will be saved. I mean, it'd be fun if we had, like, an English wonder kid on our team, and you know people love to pay for English wonder kids. There's the rep boost and the season turnover. Don't have to trust the word small reputation boost. We just need to... Where's the... we do have continental reputation. Obviously, that's good. I just love that it doesn't actually show you that. Okay. Yeah, we're good. We're ahead of your Benfica's. We're in a good reputational spot. I think we're still behind Valencia and Sociedad, Atletico Madrid, Athletic
What was
Club.
the name of that wench last night?
The worldwide would be the next step, but we have some people that we need to vault to get there. Still, I think we've climbed above a couple of La Liga teams. Season still hasn't turned over. Season still hasn't turned over anyways, so we'll look back at that once the season turns over. Palafox, no. He's happy to stay. We would prefer to go to Monaco, but he's just happy to stay. Good, because I'm rejecting that. Silva. Still ring. Oh, you know, I never actually checked guy's on a short list, or I thought he was at some point. He should be. Until he actually signs a contract somewhere. Kamal Mahmoud's getting better. Love to see it. All right, training camp. Training camp. Who we got? Who's going to the training camp? Leo Versales, Jens Kjar. Gianmarco Villalba doesn't return until the 16th. Well, that's weird. Angel Cañete. Mark Casido, who apparently has transfer interests. All that buzz around Luis Alberto Ferreros, and nobody's offered for him either. Salvador Zaviro, Navas. Dude, that Navas rumor. Oh, that would solve all my problems. That would be over a $100 million transfer. For a guy that we certainly haven't gotten the best of thus far. Virel Petruge, Mbambo Gutierrez, Cesar, Bashir, Samu Andres, Ovia Jahiri, Revert, Perez, Rubio, Savona, BBR, Sessa, Urbanic, Janus, and Mark Angeli. Not Diego, not Samuel, Tomoyuki Shigehiro, Zulu, Alexi Gallardo, would be you say. Jimmy Blom, Speedway Bar, Owen Leonard, Nino Vucek, our hero Umura, Abel Yande.
Damn, this luggage.
All right, we got Audrey's deal done. Shigehiro moved up to the senior squad as he should be. Villalba scored again for Mexico. All right, $400,000 sale of Audrey to Coruña. The B team unloading. Which we had a little bloat on the B team with guys that I didn't like. So glad we could fix that. Saul Beltran is headed to Dunkirk. That's another B team bloat guy that we were trying to sell last year that we've managed to move almost instantly, which is nice. And absolutely glorious news. Kenny Gonzalez is moving for $1.8 million to Turkey. The quadruple A player. A little too good for the B team, not good enough for the first team. Couldn't find a good loan for him. The transfer value is never there. But we got $1.8 million for Costa Rican international Kenny Gonzalez. Goodbye. All right, squad rules have been switched over. Youth players are promoted, and we have fully transitioned into an era where our reputation is sexier than ever. Exactly what we were looking for.
Local.
Okay, we've got Dom Suarez coming in. We've got
20 tisíc blúzant.
and we've got 40 new players. 7
Máme tam tých 50 tisíc.
Off they go.
How goes the adventure?
Rafa Marie and Melvin Fernandez running to the end of his contract. Intriguing. Agent offers Ignacio Romero. Oh, cool. You're offering him out for over $100 million? Dude, that's so sick how you do that. Thank you so much for letting me know that if I sold my entire club, I'd be able to buy that player. That's really nice of you. That's not true. My entire club's worth a lot more than that. Yeah. That's what I thought. U.S. striker has other offers? That's right. I'm going to appeal to his patriotism. Works on every American if you do.
A hammer will make quick. We'll sing while we work.
Well, Spanish wonder kids are good. Antonio Oramas. Antonio Braz.
No panie, pojdźcie od ciebie stronę oddać grosza.
Well, I mean, he's got the technical abilities on red tempo, so there's no. I tried my very best. Oh wow, Portugal. Come on, you're better than this. Why you got all these scrubs, Portugal? Have I made an offer for that U.S. center back wonderkid yet? No, because he's going to take actual money. He's not available for free. He is coming up in the Academy of Pachuca. Mexican American. Ahmed Al-Akshawi. There's always an Al-Akshawi somewhere. Adam El-Oriachi. Didi. Today. The size, the decision line, there are tools in place to make him a decent goalkeeper, but a decent goalkeeper he is not right now. That guy can't. He needs to learn how to run, or he's not going to be able to play striker anywhere at the highest level. Oh, he's 17. Oh, yeah. And spirited. Rob Karingi III. Nice. Jack Strong.
Damn, this leg itch.
He's 16, dog. He's 16. Where are these Americans coming from? Tom. Not the right move for his development. Well, let me tell you something, Tom. We are going to be keeping an eye on your development at LAFC's academy. All right. We are going to. There's two Americans with up to 5-star potential, dog. Ridiculous. Oh, we got Sanchez. We got him. There you go. There's our money. 104 million La Liga TV rights. Splash down. Money in the back pocket. Cañete officially signs his new deal with salary raises kicking in for Gigo, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Crisostomo, Abdu Oto'o, and Elian Nino. Those are the youth guys, not going to affect our bottom line. Dominic Sanchez, welcome. One of 3 5-star potential American players who will hopefully all be joining our academy. For free, no less. Yeah. I mean, Cañete, that's like his, contract for the rest of his career. That's, the big contract of his career. So, we're happy that he's agreed to stay here until 2040. It's a really good, long-term contract worth $50 million over 5 years. And, Cañete is obviously a great player, and he's somebody we want to count on to continue to be great. Yeah, the 5-star went away pretty quickly, didn't it? Good job, team. All right. You know what it's time for? Oh, my God. Told you. I have a natural sense for these things. He has no interest in joining Norwich. That's fair. Now, I was thinking I'd be able to negotiate it up a little bit. It's a serious offer. That is Norwich asserting themselves there. It is time for us to figure out, language versus, sorry. It is time for us to figure out who stays, who goes, and what the hell is happening. Say hello to the notepad. Yeah, baby. So, on the notepad is getting our first team. First team, fourth, sort by position. All right, goalkeeping wise, we have Ruben Sosa. This is club's #1 goalkeeper. He was worried about everything, but now we've got him under contract till 2040, and I think we're really happy to have him. He brings a good professional mindset, likes a big match.
Ak sa dožijeme ďalšie ligy, sa dožijeme decembra, tak v decembri sa rozbalí šampión.
I love this job.
But Ruben Sosa is definitely our #1 in the goalkeeping room.
It's fucked.
So Ruben Sosa, he's staying, starter. I don't think he's like overwhelming superstar. And then we have our kind of career backup, 32-year-old Ovi Ejigiri, who took over for Ruben Sosa when he's picked up a pretty significant injury. And I'm not going to lie, he was pretty good
Hail.
this year. He played 7 continental matches, allowed just
Why, hello.
He played 2 league matches and 2 cup matches as well.
Za 10.
Second half of the season.
I like 10. To je dobrá price.
I'm just really happy we have a guy who's okay being a backup, doesn't want to be a starter. It's good stuff. So Ovi Ejigiri is the first team backup.
Za 10, okay.
We have a couple of potential first team goalkeepers. First of which would be Tomas Bashir. Tomas Bashir is really good. His value is high. I think he deserves the value. We signed him for $11.75 million. Loaned him to Nice last year. He is on cup goalkeeper status right now. I don't know if we'd be able to put him with the B team for a year and maybe give him great reps down with the B team. But he's the type of guy that I think can get first team top 5 league loans. He was just playing in France this past year. Yeah, the only question I suppose it's worth asking is if we consider him superior to Ruben Sosa.
Máš 41 fortitude stackov. Má aj non-stop? To je to, čo ma zaujíma. Koľko má non-stop? Má iba 3700 života. On má iba 3700 života. Robí ťažké mapy. Are you kidding me? On normálne prežíva z 3700 života.
T16s and then have to reroll into something.
Dobre, takže to funguje, vidíme to. Má non-stop 26. Vidíme to, non-stop 26, takže je to doma.
Better, because I didn't expect to scale really well or be like that great overall, but it actually shattered my expectations completely. This build feels fantastic.
Now, what was the name of that match last night?
Genuinely very, very fast. For a totem build, it has great clear. We are after all in Wander still, even if we are using totems. Genuinely very.
Takže je to vyriešené, vidíme to. Má non-stop 26 fortitude, holy shit, tak to je ešte tučnejšie. Minioni budú mať 26% zredukovaný damage, minioni budú mať 26% šancu. Každý štvrtý útok minionov bude doublový. To brutalita, takže tu to vidíme, má non-stop 26 stackov. Takže je to rozlusknuté, no. Budeš mať non-stop 26 stackov.
Obviously, huge potential. Obviously, a long way to go if he's going to be able to reach it.
What the fuck is this?
There's Jimmy Blom. Our B team starting goalkeeper, who over the second half of last season played 20 B team matches after signing for $7.5 million. lot of 2-star goalkeepers, right? Next guy we're looking at is Conceição.
Takže 26 stékov.
I agree we might want to try and move Conceição. I don't know what value would be.
Takže budeme mať non-stop 26 stékov.
Rodrigo Lira previously.
It's pretty heavy.
You have these inflated values like Conceição has, you're really just not able to get any interest at all. But you know, maybe there's a way that we're able to sell Conceição because we have multiple goalkeepers that I believe are going to be able to develop better than Sergio Conceição. So I think we start with an offer out, and I think that we're looking to sell him.
Vrátil sa Eastern Star. Takže 26, takže bude odolnejší ako detko. 26% menej damageu. Tučný jak dielobuch. Plus minioni budú na 26%. 26% šanca double damage. Iba z brnenia.
Youth only in Peru. What fun just hanging out challenge. Alright, there's Jimmy Block.
100% vec, 100% Oliver, máš ten pumpkin.
What do we think? Played a half season.
Got it.
He might be able to get some sort of first team loan, but he's
Got it.
18.
Just a little tighter.
Oops.
Starter, that's what I would do. Before input from the chat, I would keep Jimmy Blom. Because with his personality, I think he has a chance to be the starter for this team. You know, the first team.
Už je to o ničom, ten Power Exile. Už sa pripravujú na šampióna na zimu. V zime sa bude oveľa lepšie odsýpať. Nebudem mať takéto zapotené ruky. Vysoko pochybujem, že v decembri tu bude 30 stupňov, to by bol šok. Problém je, že niekedy v septembri, typujem, že v septembri začne nová liga vo Falloute. Fuck, zase tam bude tá prácečka vo Falloute, krásne. Ale tak v septembri už nemalo byť také, nemalo by byť sauna. V septembri nemalo byť už viacej ako 31 tuto.
Not a world in which Rodrigo Lira is going to stay on this team. Okay. Next up is Timmy Schmidt. Our suddenly crowded
Oh my god. Moderate. Fuck.
Wants to go on loan since at the end, the further, yeah, I think he's just a straight loan army guy. We're just hoping that he catches some development. All right, Timmy. See you later, dude. And then there's Jannar, the 23-year-old goalkeeper. We signed for free and then loaned to Rio Ave last year, where he started in the Portuguese league. His contract comes goalkeeper who, like, if he had to start for a few matches for the first team, would not look out of place. I do not know why.
Attention citizens, nuclear strike imminent. Please exit the area at your earliest convenience. Thank you for your cooperation.
Alright, Shinar. Shinar's being sold, and that's every goalkeeper that we have in the club, right? I believe so. Beautiful. Let's move lowest average in 3 years is 7.18. He's lived up to the billing. Big provider on the team as well. And then we go up to right wing back. We'll find Miguel Rubio, who is fullback on this team. Player. We love Miguel Rubio. He is absolutely
Oh my god, man.
We loaned him out to Stockport County in the championship, where he played well, got on Croatia's radar for the first time. You sort of see it in the B team, his
Odkiaľ sa berete?
under contract till 2039.
Attention citizens, nuclear strike imminent.
Že
Please
26.
exit the area at your earliest convenience. Thank you for your cooperation.
I'm gonna explore a transfer briefly.
Bude mať 26 stackov, 26% na šancu na double damage, to je brutalita. A tie zombie, keď ešte dostanú tú osmičku, budú mať 34% šancu na double damage, to je brutalita. Keď si zoberieme, že Chance to Poison sa mi zdá, že má 30. Alebo 40. Neviem, koľko má Chance to Poison, pozor to. Tuším. Chance to Poison bude mať 40. A ich double damage bude mať minimálne 34, 39. Časom 39, na začiatku 34. Skoro to isté ako Chance to Poison. Brutalita. Double damage. A trošku iná káva to bude, no. Trošku iná káva.
Sambassar out of my team. Get Sambassar out of my team. Sell. I've had enough. I have had enough. Had enough. Evgeny Samuel. Already got a couple lined up for him, expiring after this year, so it is time to explore those sale opportunities. This guy just feels like he's stuck in some sort of literally. He's just stuck in Neverland. Nothing ever changes. Nobody's ever made an offer for him. Everybody always wants him on loan. His attributes. Have stayed freaking the same the entire time. Since we brought him in from the center. They have stayed the same. Alright, that's him. And if I have these Samuel. Left wing back at all. We could try to have Speedway Bars stay. I mean, he's played a ton of games in. He's played a ton of games in La Liga. I want to explore. Dude, the value is so low. It's so low, dude. He should be like $5 to $10 million. The level that he played at last year was really good. He played for mid-table Ibar. He played 29 matches for mid-table Ibar. Spent a year playing B team as well. Gross. Disgusting. It disgusts me. Maybe I will need to go sign somebody to center back. I would say over 70 million in value. I would be willing to part ways Alright, star player Sergio Otero also loves a big match under contract for 2039. That could be transfer distance and leadership role lock for at least one of the team leaders. Again, size, speed, strength, and just a real natural ability to anticipate plays. And Luis Alberto Ferreros, his intangibles are enjoys big matches and fairly consistent performer. The other center back, of course, Greg Hall really is Danny also not interested in entering negotiations with the club, so maybe the decision's just made for us and we just have to offer him out. Like, I don't know if he's bugged. He has been slightly upset for a year. The problem is, as buggy as this game is, you never know for sure, right? Why do you want to get rid of him? He takes up a non-EU spot that he's never going to shake. He is still, like, not, it's like maybe working his way to a third of the way to Spanish citizenship, you know? He is a full-time occupier of a non-EU spot, and also, he has a lot of latent value. I mean, his value's been just south of 80 million for basically his whole time that he's been here. So we've basically spent each of the last two transfer windows expecting a big offer for Danny Avande that has never arrived. But I think we need to sell now. Hilarious stuff there. Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't. The intermediaries do not generally work, in my experience, for the real high value players. All right. We're gonna offer at Danny Avande, and that means Danny Avande is going to be moved to the sell category. He's somewhere where we can pick up value as well without, without losing too much of his depth. All right. If we take a look at the other guys to check in at this level at center back, we have Salvador. I think next up is Jaime Gutierrez. He's been a part of the first team for a couple of years now. Never going to be a technical darling, but he's an absolute dog with a great mentality. And he has been a part of our first team for 3 years now. And for the most part, even though he's apparently partying too hard on vacation, has been getting significantly better. He's added a lot of speed to his game, made him a better player. He's a fighter. And he is definitely a squad guy. He does have some interest. And I'll be honest, I would take the money for Jaime Gutierrez as well.
You don't
I've been waiting for big
know
offers for
what I put
Avande. I
in
know.
these
We've been waiting for the big offer for Avande for a
friend.
really, really long time. All right, let's just see if he'd be mad if I offered him. Would be mad. There's Middle East teams interested in him, so they might be able to entice Gutierrez. Just the interest has me interested. Salvador, really great jumping reach. Had that issue with his Achilles and part of the player that had him out for 2 months in the back half of the season. But he had his first season taken for first team. I think it's somebody that could take on a bigger role in this major and continue to try and grow. But I am worried that maybe there isn't too much more room for him to grow. We don't really know because he did miss like a quarter of the season. Anyway, his speed is solid, his strength is solid, he continues to grow in. He plays all right with either foot. He's not like a complete liability with the ball. His tackling done up one over the past
It
year.
may be messy, but there is nothing like my fellow terrorists. Now I am pleased for judging. I may be on the head and then march in the brush like you in the backward I must stand. One and transfers fighting the other.
Also, Jaime Gutierrez can play left wing back. He just plays this
Historical fashionable beverage. Report, I need old fashioned. Signs from Helvetia down to Omaha. So I can replace or update a can, completing my data set. A retrieval of sign is requested.
We're going to at least explore it for a while.
Thank you, research assistant. The report is complete and available for your peer review. Proceeding to the ready starting line. In test historically, the sausage making the mad would have
We don't have any transfer interest in him. It's all just people looking to try and loan him again. I think we slow play Yanyus. And I think he's a first team player.
Parade marker requires me to stand at this location.
I think we slow play Mile Yanyus and maybe loan him late in the window
As
if
a flashback marcher. Parade.
Perfect plan. Is he on the B team? Yeah, bring him up with my perfectly capable of being part of our rotation this year. Wouldn't really drop a lot. It's a very good pick for us to go get him because if Monday, if Barreros gets the big offer, if we lose Gutierrez, Leon steps up to straight Gutierrez selling for quickly to the youth academy to get a guy with that kind of dogged determination. Okay, next up is growing, but Carlos Pseudo is our incredible wonder kid. No, Pseudo at his age, he stays U19. So next up on the list would be Leonardo Silva, and he's continuing to play with the B team. Repeating. I want to do one more B team season with Leonardo Silva. I think that yeah, La Liga goes like we're not getting La Liga offers. Liga though would be interesting. So Leonardo Silva, B starter. Explore a loan potentially for him. He starts in B team. Other B team starters would be Pierre Lang. Honestly, Pierre Lang kind of impressing me right now with the amount that he's developed. Is he even on the B team? No, he's not. He's on a youth contract as well, so it's super cheap for the B team registration. And then there's Kamal Chawi, who has impressed me for a while. I really like Kamal Chawi. I want to give him a few years just to make sure that his potential is what it's supposed to be. But I think he's the third B starter. So Silva, Lang, and Kamal Chawi would be like the trio there. He played 13.
Away your cats around my
We dropped to 6.56 to 6.49. So doll that Nathan professional personality, still 18 years old. He's pretty swag-tastic, pretty either-footed as well. And, no consistency note on either side. Is Owen Leonard a first-team player? Of course, his main competition for that new spot would be Marcos Perez. And Marcos Perez has gone through, he's really gone through the ringer and become, I think, a great player. His defensive ability with his working and, like, just locked in ability. He played a full Liga season last year after showing out for the B team for 2 seasons. He had an amazing year 2 years ago. Last year he played 34 matches for the Liga. He's familiar with the speed, familiar with the level. 19 years old, academy kid. If there's somebody out there who wants their name, like, we haven't seen him. I mean, he's only 19, and I really don't want to give up on somebody that's 19. And he's not an academy kid. He's somebody we invested significant finances in because his potential is insane. And he was, I think we signed him, he was like 16 years old. Now he's 19, right? He's had 2 years of fighting for playing time in the B team. He's made a few first-team appearances, like rotationally. But we have not seen, like, the Marcos Perez, Owen Leonard steps forward that we were hoping for. So we might want to thank him. All right, chat, regardless, this is where we're going to have to end the stream today, halfway through our squad assessment. Okay, I am actually going to be out of town this weekend at a family reunion that was planned like a year and a half ago. Of course, it comes right after I was dealing with all that hospital stuff. So there's not going to be any stream until early next week. That's horrible news, and I'm sad too because I want to keep going. But yeah, we are going to finish the notepad on the next stream and have a clear direction for the rest of our transfer window.
Oh, fuck, man. Cross died, fuck off. Oh, behåll med detta segment.
I borrowed this bit almost. Eh? Look.
Máme tento segment, púštime druhý segment za chvíľu o pár sekúnd.